Hello everyone and welcome back to Masters Tour Summer Championship. I'm Raven and joining me for this matchup is going to be Dragon Rider. How are you doing? How have you been enjoying the matches so far?
I am doing well, and it's been some very interesting games. It seems like the match that we covered before, or that I covered before with Lorinda, was not as close necessarily in terms of the score as some of the other matches have been. So very interesting to kind of see where these games have all gone in terms of the back and forth or the score changing. We've had some reverse sweeps throughout these series as well. So it's been very interesting to see just all over the place. And even the bans, you and I were talking about this right before we jumped in, how the bans have been all over the place. It just feels very interesting in terms of the kind of meta, the decks, the card choices, and how these games are playing out with these players as we kind of see where we are at in our day, this Group A. We will be watching this winners match for Group A here, but there are still plenty of other games going on as well.
Yeah, Tansoku been able to fight back from elimination a little bit earlier on, so they are going to be facing the loser of uikyou and Meati that we, as you mentioned, is the match we're going to be bringing you guys for now. I've seen a lot of requests to see a Meati match in the chat over the course of while I've been on my break, so happy to deliver that. And yeah, some of these matchups have been going pretty crazy, like pretty, right to the edge in terms of who's going to win, just like the one that we've just saw. GamerRVG going up against Casey in the decider match for Group B as well. I know both players do have a lot of fans, but with uikyou taking it for Group, and already it feels like I've blinked, probably because I've only cast one match so far and it was right at the start of the day, but I feel like I've blinked and we've already seen players eliminated. As we see now, obviously DreadEye drop down to that decider match to NAGON, whereas Pocket Train going to be making it Group C as the nail bound to the last turn of the very last. Gabby there looking cool as ever in Group D, making it out there. Side's going to be
yeah, and yeah, definitely going to be some very interesting series here. We are going to be seeing a lot of these decider matches coming up still today, so we have that for you as well.
Yep, looking forward to getting into this matchup and Meati, especially because had this double Shaman ban going out, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see. It looks like we're starting with a Mage Mirror.
Yeah, very interesting there. I also want to talk about the specific card choices between these two lists as well, because they are both bringing this Rainbow Mage, as you can see on the screen here, the Drum Druid or Treant Druid, Secret, or the Arcane Hunter, as we've been calling it, Nature Shaman, which has been banned out, and that Rainbow Mage. Now, it's very interesting as well because the uikyou actually is not bringing kind of the same list. It's several cards different than Meati's Rainbow Mage, which is fascinating to me, again, looking at these different kind of card choices. Not running the top end of the elemental inspiration, and also does include Finley, Sir Finley, which I know Meati is not a fan of Finley. So, but up on screen here, we did just want to highlight that Druid as well. Potentially going to be seeing that at some point in the series here, and also slightly different than other versions we've seen on stream.
Yeah, I think it's something that's really fun about the meta right at the moment. Obviously, we're not too far away from the launch of the expansion, right? We're not too deep into the meta as of yet, but there's still a lot of discussion, a lot of disagreement on exactly how the decks are built, and it seems like a lot of the choices, at least looking at them now, it definitely doesn't feel like right or wrong, even though a lot of the pro players on either side will tell you it is. But it feels like, well, okay, you see the merits of this set of cards or these few changes, and you see the merits of the other versions as well some other players have brought. So it's going to be exciting to see as we move on through this weekend which lists sort of look the best, right? Who actually makes a top four, right? And what do those versions of like Shaman and of the Mage look like? Because, like I said, there's a lot of disagreement, but check it out. Meati, of course, bringing out Mech Rogue, the Rainbow Shaman, the Outcast Demon Hunter, and then did I say Rainbow Shaman? I think I meant Rainbow Mage, but I was looking at the Shaman list. But yeah, bringing a decent lineup overall. The only true disappointing thing here is that Meati's favourite class is Priest, which is something that I do not appreciate.
Yeah,
I hope it's a joke.
Many people do not like Priest. You know what? It's okay though. If you don't, we're not seeing any in this tournament. But yeah, Meati, absolutely not only a fantastic Hearthstone player, but also a doctor, a real life doctor. So that is pretty cool as well to see people who have these very well-renowned professions also being very good at the game here.
I think it's not even that. I think it's just having a something resembling a full-time job and putting in the time and effort to qualify to these tournaments as well is just super impressive. We'll take a look at Meati's Mech Rogue, a deck we've just in the previous matchup seen get so close but so far to an extent from DreadEye. But this list is one that on the surface is quite simple, right? A lot of it, if you just look at it at a glance, it's play mechs early, magnetize them, punch your opponent until they fall over, right? But there are a lot of small things you can do, like managing those gadgets and being able to pull off big turns, managing hand, and choosing when and where to put those magnetic mechs to be able to, optimize not only just damage, but actual, do you want to go all in on one minion? Do you need to spread, on the board instead? Where do you put these sort of randomly generated sort of effects, right, and keywords, and how you place them? I think there's a lot involved in that decision making, even though at surface it feels like mech on 1, mech on 2, mech on 3, oh, my opponent's dead, perfect. But there is actually a lot of decision making when you get to those tricky turns, whether it's managing mana or whether it's saying I can pop off so much. There's a ways to do it to win, and there's ways to do it to lose, as we have seen. So we'll see how that progresses going forward. But what do you make of the bans so far? Because we've seen such a selection. I know we mentioned it before, but did you, when prepping for this tournament, did you expect Shaman will be banned almost all the time, or this other class will be banned, or did you expect a bit more of a sort of mixed bag based on what those players were thinking?
Yeah, I actually think that with especially the kind of wide range of decks that we're seeing, and as well the different card choices that players are bringing, I did kind of expect to see a little bit of a mix of bans, maybe not to the extent that we are seeing, but I don't think that there's necessarily a kind of clear-cut boogeyman type deck like we have seen in previous metas or previous tournaments. This is very flexible, and I think we're seeing that as well in a lot of the card choices in the lineups. Things like Speaker Stomper, right? Players are bringing Speaker Stomper. Some players aren't, and I think that those kind of card choices as well are also kind of seen in some of those bans. But we are getting to jump into the game here, and it is going to be, as you mentioned, this mirror mage match first, which not completely mirror match, not card for card mirror match, but both mages here. And Meati on the coin with this potential coining into a cold case.
Yeah, both players going to be keeping a very similar open hand, so double cold case as well, from some options to at least start piling on some levels of pressure. And whichever way, whoever wins this matchup, we do know the other, it's going to be pretty explosive, because I feel like it's a lot of whoever blinks first in terms of either mistiming or simply not having access to those solid alibis to buy that extra turn. I think a lot of it is going to fall on that, unless one player gets some kind of heavy advantage in the early game and starts piling on a ton of pressure for those massive plays, so to speak, but just a couple of spells with a little bit of spell damage thrown in to maybe burst the last 10 or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see that Discover option there. You going for the Discovery, trying to find a little bit more options in the potential. There could have been the potential for something like Deathborn, but maybe not in this mirror match is something that you want there. I like the cheap Discovery option instead. And talking about Discovery, we have another choice on the other side here. Rewind, definitely looking pretty good over those other options.
Yeah, I think there's a moment where you go, okay, how fancy can I be, or should I just go for the good card? And a lot of the time, even though you might think you can be cool, the good card is the way forward. Just a generic, this is going to do something, guaranteed. Now we interest though for uikyou. A Shard of the Naru available. Yeah, it looks good to me.
Yeah. Especially being able to fit in some of these additional spell school archetypes with that cheap mana allows for a lot of things, especially with Sif sitting in hand. You know, you want to kind of build up those spell schools. And it's talking about school. How about schooling to add some more minions? But nope, gonna go for the relic as well. Seems pretty decent as well. Just a little bit of additional removal as well as that cheap spell to play.
Yeah, I think although Schooling is a fantastic card, I think hand size is a problem, right? Like it's got to be played, then the hand's going to be big, so then you've got to spend mana on the fish, and then suddenly a lot of mana being spent really progressing the game plan. Like even now, Schooling would clear off some minions, but is that what you want to do with your turn in this mirror? I'm going to say no. So we're going to see uikyou just try and clear up some of this with the free spells, with the relic, and then just drop a cold case themselves.
Yeah. It seems pretty decent as well, just being able to get a little bit out there, play these spells, and as you said, kind of clear up hand space. That is an issue with new cards like the volume up. These players want to be playing volume up, but honestly, you know, there can be hand size issues. And I have also seen some players deciding if they even want to be running 2 volume up, sometimes because of that hand size. Well, the keyboard coming into hand is pretty nice here. The mana is slightly awkward here for uikyou, deciding maybe if he wants to go for the keyboard now, build up some of that tempo, or just go for drawing more cards. But I don't know if the solid alibi is something that is going to be coming into play at this point in the game.
It's really tricky, isn't it? Because generally speaking, solid alibi is normally to stop the big OTKs, but if you leave it too late, the damage has been done, right? Like if uikyou just gets hit by all of this damage, then sure, you can solid alibi later, but you've already taken like 10 extra or something, right? When it could have been reduced a lot.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well, looking at potentially that part of the game, that point in the game, if it's late, or even on boards like what Meati has here. If you wait too long to play those solid alibis, things like these skeletons or even the elementals from the elemental inspirations, well, if you have 5, 6, 7 minions on board, you're still able to push 5, 6, 7 damage,
right,
even through solid alibi. And sometimes that's just enough to end the game, depending on how much damage you've been able to push in the early parts.
Yeah, Reaver being picked up, but weirdly enough, one of those situations where both players, at least at this second in time, don't really have tons of options. Of course, uikyou now does have options to discover and generate some more cards, but in general, I'm more used to seeing this matchup be like 2 players with full hands for the majority of the game.
Yeah, it definitely does feel a little weird here, and we're going to see that discover. There is 3 different spell school types here for uikyou to decide between. Unleash Fell does not feel like it really does a ton here. But it is cheap.
Yeah, and it's heal, right? Like it's not a lot of healing, but it's something. As a because looking at this now, uikyou is down on 19. I mean, that's just dead soon, right? Like 19 is not safe at all. So it does have to do something to get a little bit of health. Only pushed up to 22, but it's better than nothing. Does get a little card draw here as well. Molten Rune always looks good to me, but these are good options.
Yeah, kind of a choice here between dealing some damage with one of either the Flame Geyser or that Molten Rune, or just going yet again for even more discovery here, discovering into another spell school type that he hasn't played yet. Again, with that Sif in hand, and now some damage with the Molten Rune and Flame Geyser. Maybe just wants to discover something else.
Well, these are good options.
Yeah.
Obviously, the nature effect is not that amazing, of course, in Mage, but just draw a card with the Nature Spell School. I mean, these are all looking good, but is it too late for Love Everlasting? Maybe.
I mean, the discount on the first spell is pretty enticing.
It's really good. I'm just thinking when it's going to be played, because I didn't catch it then, but Meati does have the play basically lined out for next turn, right, with Elemental. So, has Meati played it? This is what's really difficult to remember everything that's played, because I was going to say, Meati might have chosen this because it just is playable this turn, and I think that might have added an extra Elemental for Meati, so that could be something beneficial to do this turn as opposed to picking a card that is powerful but you wouldn't play for another like 2 turns anyway.
Oh, absolutely. The due process pickup, pretty interesting there, but how about some stats?
Stats are always good. I never complain about stats. These going to be the otters.
Yeah, I was going to say probably just to clear up some of this board and probably try to soak up some of that damage from the skeleton instead of having it go face, which it did.
And there's inspiration. Only for 4, but double stealth and reborn. Okay. The double stealth is actually huge. That might well just make uikyou have to go over to an alibi this turn, because I think if there's no way, I can't see if there's a way to deal with these, but if you're just going to take 8, put yourself down to 12, you're not feeling confident, are you?
No.
What other options do they have for now, though? They don't have to commit to the alibi quite yet.
I mean, it is still pretty threatening, though, these minions on board, even though, as you said, it's only, quote-unquote, only 4, but that is an impressive amount of pressure here. And again, looking at the kind of differences in the cards, the card choices for their decks, uikyou is not playing the elemental inspirations. So he's not going to be able to apply that pressure. Oh,
yeah, it's just really tricky because the double stealth, right? Like, that's just such a pain. It's going to go reverb, okay. Gets then the easy trades on the elementals.
Playing that due process as an additional nature spell, but yeah, it does end up going for that solid alibi there.
And this is the position you want to be in, right? If you're playing this mirror, you want to be in Meati's seat right now, because making your opponent solid alibi first generally gets you ahead, as long as you have your own to play, right? Obviously, if they solid alibi first and then you don't have any at all, that's going to be a bit of a problem. But Meati's hand looks very, very powerful right now. Has options of NAGON, can also has double solid alibi just ready to go, and they're not even particularly needed right now, still sitting at that 30 health. Can use this turn to just clear up the board and basically ask uikyou to, threaten me again. Like, see how many turns in a row you can actually threaten, because I think Meati should be feeling, I'll say, safe-ish at 30.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting meta, and the way that some of these decks just are built, and the kind of lineups that we're looking at as well. We've talked about it, I think, across a lot of our games already today, that kind of difference of on board versus from hand. And even though this mage is kind of built to be doing all of that damage from hand, this is one of those cases where, yeah, maybe Meati does actually feel pretty good here at 30, although in some cases he probably would not.
And we saw then, even just the push, as you mentioned earlier, through the solid alibi, still pushing what I think 4 it was, whilst clearing the board. Like, that's significant, because it just makes each turn easier and easier. And now uikyou forced into the second solid alibi. And even then, like, the follow-up still just doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see here if uikyou wants to go for forging either of these molten runes this turn to try to set up for something next turn. But if there's no lethal from him, then he's got to worry about the lethal from the other side.
Yeah, I think the problem here, or something, not saying I have a strong decision on this either way, but I feel like if this was draw and then ping, it's like, okay, but I was with you where do you just molten rune face with the forge and just say, well, there's some damage done, hopefully I can make something happen next turn? Because I'm not sure what draws at this point are realistically gonna make uikyou win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, having that solid alibi is great, sure, but as you mentioned, it's the second alibi now, so if there is not that lethal on the other side, there's also not another solid alibi to come up behind that, so
Yeah, and
Yuki
this
is
is still
definitely going to have to
potentially
find something.
This is just 7 damage with a ping, right? Which is
Yeah.
nearly half the health that your opponent has through a solid alibi, which is never bad.
So,
Is this just good for NAGON?
That's what I was just about to ask
Yeah.
you. Yeah, I think so. At this point, maybe Meati just has to be asking himself, I have now seen the second alibi. I feel like I'm in a strong position. How do I lose from here? And maybe just setting that up or setting up an alibi is something.
Yeah, there's a couple of options, right? Like, there's this version where it's, oh, I'm so far ahead, it'll be fine. Got hold of objection as well, so that's going to cause some levels of trouble for uikyou. But I do think the NAGON with the Lotheb effect was fine as well. I think Meati can just choose, as long as he doesn't completely throw, can just choose a path to victory here, because I'm not sure what gets uikyou here, unless I just can't count. But none of these are forged.
Yeah.
There's not that much damage loaded up. Already that's 1 mana down. So there is the board clear with the 4s, but the board clear just doesn't matter if there's no alibi, right? Meati's maybe if Meati had like 2 cards in hand, you could be just thinking, okay, they don't have anything, right? But I feel like with this, it's actually been the board presence, because although uikyou's had hold of Sif all game and Meati hasn't, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And this is so interesting as well, because I think for the most part, we kind of saw this panning out as uikyou kind of was ahead in terms of playing the spell schools and kind of getting things rolling. And as you can see over on the kind of right side of the screen, also pulled ahead, maybe a bit the last couple of turns, but kind of pulled ahead in terms of card advantage. But Meati put on more pressure, and I forced, like you said, forced those early alibis, and now just this is kind of it.
Yeah. Yeah, now there should just be plenty available.
Yeah.
That's just going to be game with the reverberations on the NAGON. And now it's just game 1. And honestly, taking nothing really away from uikyou, that must have felt great as a start for Meati in this winners match, right? The winner of this just moves on to tomorrow and they're done for the day. And game 1 just went about as smoothly as it could get. Meati wasn't really pressured in any way. There might have been moments where he was thinking, okay, my opponent's got a lot of cards, how much damage realistically can they do? But without any build-up damage, right? Because we saw very early on, uikyou was down to, 20-ish health, and that's in the danger zone then, right? You just think, okay, 1 or 2 more turns and I'm dead. And the alibis just had to come out thick and fast, whereas Meati could have played an alibi whenever he wanted and never even really needed to. He was that far ahead, which is so strange considering one player just had Sif ready to go at all times and the other player did not. But still, that was a great game 1 for Meati. Takes it 1-0 so far. That was a tricky one and a bit of a, I think, rough way to start the matchup for uikyou.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially considering, as you've said, things like Sif already waiting in hand. There was some damage. It felt like he was kind of ahead with playing all of the different spell schools, but just really, it felt like it really kind of came down to I have to decide between playing my things and stopping what my opponent is doing. And there just wasn't enough mana. There wasn't enough resources to do both at the same time.
Yeah, looking really good for Meati. Got the mage out the way. And with the shaman bands... I've lost my list now. But Meati still has the rogue, I believe, and
the demon hunter.
That's it, the demon. Yeah, he's playing Outcast, right? Yeah, I just couldn't remember the last decks. I've just closed all my deck lists, which is great midcast. It's a great play to make. But yeah, so just game 1, of course, so still plenty of games coming up of not only this match, but plenty more matches for the rest of the day. So make sure to stay tuned to find out who's going to make it to tomorrow as we move into game 2. Meati going to be jumping on that Mech Rogue. uikyou going back to the mage once again. Have you played much Mech Rogue so far, Don?
I did kind of early on in the expansion, but ultimately decided that, especially prepping for this tournament, I kind of wanted to focus a little bit more on like mage and shaman and some of those OTK style decks that I personally typically don't play a ton of. So I kind of focused in that direction, but not only playing a little bit less, we also did kind of recently have a nerf to one of the cards that was being played in Mech Rogue, and a lot of people kind of dropped it as well. So it kind of faded out for a little bit, came back in. Also talking about this Mech Rogue, we see that got pitched in the mulligan. Meati actually opting to run that V07 Tron, the Voltron Titan, which not all of the Mech Rogue lists are including.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about earlier. Just all the players. It's such a great time for a tournament because everything's still in the mix, right? Like, I imagine prepping for this tournament as a player must have been, one, stressful, but two, also fun, because it does feel like you can be a pretty experimental here. And we're going to see an early Mimiron come out, and now Havoc will no doubt ensue.
Yeah, getting that Mimiron out early is it's just so impressive, honestly. I feel like, especially because this 5 health is a little bit difficult for some of these decks to deal with, especially this early. And it's going to be a little bit of work for uikyou to try to actually answer this before Meati's able to start snowballing it.
Yeah, especially with the coolant in hand, like, Meati could just do a lot of absurd things next turn, just based off the hand that we are looking at now, never mind how that hand may progress going forward. There is going to be the keyboard into the Flame Geyser as well, which is going to help a little bit, but as you mentioned, there's Voltron. As you mentioned, the Mimiron just pretty much guaranteed to just sit there and be happy for a turn, can really make things accelerate, especially with the Spider in hand as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, stealth is kind of a big keyword for this rogue deck as well. We talked about, or we've heard about Wind Fury, right? That can be definitely something, as we saw in the previous series, kind of at the end, being able to heal up with lifesteal, also very impactful. But against decks that are trying to play these spells from hand, trying to do other things to target, being able to stealth this big body and then be able to do additional things with it the following turn, pretty important.
Yeah, I think the only thing Meati's missing right now is just a few more minions to be able to play out, right? Like, Voltron's a little bit ways away. That's okay, the Oscillator's something. Oh, wait, no, of course, the coolant. Never mind, it's not a few turns away. Considering I talked about the coolant about 30 seconds ago, I quickly just forgot it existed for a second there. But yeah, that's a big, big deal, just being able to drop that down, and now uikyou's got to be sweating.
Yeah, and this is an interesting choice for the Titan. I think either choosing the can't be targeted, kind of along the same lines of stealth that we were just talking about, that could be pretty impactful, but also with only 1 4 health minion and then face on board, going for a little bit of a buff and dealing 4 twice also didn't seem like that bad of an option.
Yeah, I think I like this though, because I feel like if these stick, it only gets worse for uikyou, right? Like, it just goes downhill. We saw the Rewinder, which is effectively sap, going out there to defend them even more, because you've just got to think, at this point, what is the plan here for the mage player? Like, what is the out? Because this just feels like you're trying to stave off disaster, even though it's already happened.
Yes, absolutely. I think the plan is survive as long as possible and hope it all comes together. But it's feeling a little dire already.
It really, I think it pretty much was just roll the perfect card from a different class, right? It's like, find a card that deals with this somehow in any possible way. And I don't think it really does anything. There's clean the scene, but that's going to be... Is that just too far away?
That's so expensive, too. Yeah, it goes for it anyways, but yeah, it might be.
I guess at this point, it's just... You've got to go for the long shots, right? It's just one of those things where it's like, right, I'm in a bad situation.
Yeah.
I'll play as if things are going to go my way to get out of this situation.
Yeah. Also, I think this use of the you know, putting something back in your hand, creating another body on board. It's not ideal, but it also does mean that an additional spell school was played, with that being a shadow spell, which could be just building up these inquisitive creations here to try to eliminate stuff off the board, but I still don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, I think it's important because it helps with the infuse, right? Because if this gets infused, the clean the scene, then it will kill both minions.
I mean, unless there's enough magnetized to put it out of range. But
again,
Meati's not going to play around the discovered infuse there.
Well, going back to the uikyou's just got to do the long shots and hope they work out, right? Like, I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, maybe like a shard of the Naru, like uikyou got last game, could help. But still, I mean, at the rate that this game has been going, would that even be enough?
Yeah, outside of a very specific, kill a thing or remove a thing card, even the Mimiron now is just it's too big, right? It's just the stats don't matter anymore because it is simply too large.
I mean, and the added can't be targeted is also really helping Meati at this point as well.
Is this still clean the scene though? It probably has to be, right? Because I think if that 1/1 goes in, it'll kill the Voltron and the 3/1, right?
Probably.
Molten Rune, okay. Random spell time.
Yeah, going for those outs.
Ugh.
Yeah, those seem a little slow. Going for the rush and heal, but I don't know if this is it
Finley,
here.
Go away, find me something better.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, right? Every option uikyou's had has just been like, this would be good if I had 10 more mana.
Right,
but not really been available to do now, and I think this is just I say the beginning of the end. I think it's just the end, or very likely to be anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think not having an answer for the Mimiron over multiple turns from that start just really kind of started the downfall. This Finley did pick up a solid alibi. I guess that is something.
Right.
I'm stretching.
I completely agree. It's something.
It's a card.
And there we go, yeah. Not too much of a surprise there, because again, it was looking grim. I think uikyou obviously did their best to fight back and try and, if there's ever a deck that's gonna... Oh, crazy. We've got a Demon Hunter on the way. If there's ever a deck that's going to generate, some unforeseen circumstance to actually be able to answer cards with like untargetable or crazy amounts of health, it's probably going to be Mage. Apologies. Oh, there we go. I think we exist now. Yes, there we go. Apologies about that.
We're real.
We are still here. I know you'd miss us if we went away, chat. But yeah, that was definitely a rough matchup. And suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Meati is 2-0 up. Are we going to see a 3-0? Because if so, this would be absolutely brutal, honestly, to see, because these matchups have been rough at best for uikyou.
I think that if this is a 3-0 sweep, I feel like I'm just going to have to take the blame, because both of the matches and the series that I've casted today would have gone just 3-0, even though we have seen quite a bit of game 4s, game 5s, reverse sweeps even. And I'll just say, if it is, then caster curse. I'm so sorry to those players, but
it's fine. I'm making notes now. If I ever need a shorter work day, I will request to cast with you at all times, because it seems like that's how it's going to work. But yeah, I mean, we're going to watch a replay, but really, if you blink, you missed it. It was Mimiron nice and early there for Meati, and then the rest of the story unfolds in that 3-second clip of uikyou getting absolutely obliterated. So we are going to see Meati end up with just the Outcast Demon Hunter left. What have you made of Outcast? Because obviously in recent history, there has been Outcast Demon Hunter, Relic Demon Hunter, have been two very popular lists, but what do you make of Outcast in this meta specifically? Like, what do you think it does that makes it worth bringing for not just Meati, but a few players in this tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. I was bringing this up when Lorinda and I were casting earlier. I'm a huge fan of the Outcast DH right now. I think it's actually pretty decent into this meta, and honestly, probably a solid like fourth deck. Right, that's one thing in Conquest. We have to see four decks per player. Yeah,
it's like a weird version of the Sith. Instead of a Sith,
exactly,
there's always two. There's always a fourth.
There is. But additionally, as you mentioned, we're not that far out from the expansion and kind of these OTK decks, and I think that some of these players might also be bringing Outcast DH as a deck that they're already very familiar with, so they don't really have to relearn 4 different decks. They can kind of bring in some of these decks that they're already familiar with and maybe just kind of see how they pair up into some of the other decks that maybe are a little bit newer, and that can help, especially when you're going into these matches that you're really looking to get solid wins. If you're already very comfortable with the deck, that can definitely go a long way.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where a lot of the decks, it's something we're probably going to bring up all weekend, but even the decks that are doing big bursts in the late game, they want to be winning the early game, right? Like, look at the Mage Mirror we cast at the start of this match, where both decks want to do big burst, but the deck that got on board early applied all of the pressure, and suddenly the big burst didn't need to be so big anymore. And I think that's a big deal with this Outcast Demon Hunter, where it doesn't... Well, okay, it does have options to burst damage, but just not like the with spells strictly. But I think the getting on board and not letting your opponent get on board early is something that's very powerful, as we've seen as we step into turn 2 for Meati, and already there is a flurry of minions attacking uikyou.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, I think, into some matchups as well. Like you're saying, this early damage, well, some of these decks don't really have great ways to answer those early boards. And as we see here as well, uikyou has a super clunky hand as well, which is certainly not helping. Maybe coining into this cold case can stall a little bit of this damage, puts a couple minions on board to kind of contest this onslaught from Meati, but is it enough to win in the long run? And how do you keep going about that? I like the Lady Nazjar as well in hand, potentially, if that's followed up behind the cold case. It adds additional armor that can help, and that might just kind of delay the game long enough for uikyou to find some of those other answers.
Just gonna hold on to everything, though.
Forget everything we just said, right?
Yeah. Oh, look, you know when I said it wasn't through spells that this deck did burst damage? Yeah, that's it.
That's the
18
one.
million damage being thrown out there, and it's still not looking too good. There's some clear now, but the problem is, what happens to the Dark Raven, right? Like, now it's the problem of, well, you can clear a bit, but not all. If you can't clear all, you're dead.
Yeah. And I think if it hadn't been exactly that Dark Raven there, the pickup of the Inquisitive Creation looked pretty good, but yeah, not clearing enough ultimately.
Yeah, really tricky as well though, because obviously like Havera's there, but Meati had Glaive Tar as well, so there was still plenty. Obviously not this level of damage and threat, but there was still damage coming out from Meati, and uikyou was still clutching for some kind of way to get some work done here. It's going to be Arcane Bolt and then Coin Creation, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really see any other way.
It's something.
Yeah, as you mentioned, though, still quite a bit of damage with things like the Glaive Tar. Meati absolutely could just set that up, add that hero power damage, but it's not enough for lethal this turn, but it does set up a potential 2-turn lethal.
Yeah, and I'm just staring now, trying to think, while the Hawkstride is on board, going to play the minion and go into Glaive. Okay, I did wonder if Meati was going to go for the Spectral Sight, but I guess this can always be outcast next turn, but with this play as well, puts the most damage in face, and now it's that same issue we sort of saw in the Mage Mirror at the beginning, where is there enough mana to tick all these boxes, right? Clear the board and not die to the Glaive Tar. There is the Artificer now, so that is something, especially with the cold case, but it just feels like a delay in the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, it really does. I feel like that's just been the story through this whole this whole match, all of these games so far. This third game, not breaking that pattern. Meati just absolutely getting on board or putting on the pressure every single game. And what a way to go. Found the lethal.
Yeah,
you love
you know
to
what?
see it.
The mental fortitude to be able to lethal yourself after this series is absolutely magnificent, and I applaud it, because that is the way to go out, and to be able to just do that, fair enough. But yeah, the Meatman taking the match 3-0. That's exactly what you want your day to look like, right? If you're playing in a tournament this stacked with this much on the line, a world championship spot, is to just say, yeah, I got into my winner's match, and then I just 3-0'd in about 10 minutes, and then, yeah, I'm going to go chill out, watch the rest of the tournament, go to bed early, get some rest for the next day, as Meatman now is going to move on. Like, it was another short and sweet one, but any highlights for you from this very short series, Don?
Yeah, I think that overall it seemed like Meati was able to really just recognize the lines where he was putting on the most amount of pressure, and that just seems like something very good to do in Hearthstone in general, but I think in this meta as well, just applying that pressure and forcing your opponent to have answers for it, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and no, uikyou just did not really have the answers for it this time around.
Yeah, well, that one went past in the blink of an eye, but there's still plenty more Hearthstone coming up. So we're going to go to a quick break to set up the next match, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Sottle, my good pal, long-time pal, Sottle. Sottle, how you doing, little buddy?
I'm feeling much more comfortable. I'm on the correct side, TJ. Everything feels normal again. I know which way left is. I know which way right is. This is fantastic. I'm doing great. Even more so because we've been watching some sweet high-level Hearthstone. We've been watching some sweet high-level Hearthstone that has also had really silly mistakes in it, which is extra fun. Like, that's the best kind of Hearthstone. Like, not just from the players as well, from the casters. Like, everyone's throwing. It's incredible. This is the best kind of Hearthstone to watch by far.
Yeah. What do you think this is a product of, Sottle, this subpar Hearthstone? Is it the lack of,
I mean, first things first, don't be putting words in my mouth. I didn't say subpar. This is fantastic. Genuinely, I just think the game's really hard to play optimally right now, which is why we're seeing, like, even at this level, people are getting into spots where the best line isn't necessarily immediately apparent, right? And questionable lines or outright mistakes are happening. I think that's a good thing. I think that's something to be celebrated, right? If everyone could play the game perfectly, there'd be no point in having this tournament. Oh, I paused, I see. I paused politely to allow TJ to respond to my point, but apparently he's having some technical difficulties. So I guess I'll follow up my own point. Instead, talk about Meati doing very well to get out of Group A. We'd see, I'm not sure if we saw uikyou qualifying through into B. Oh, I see. TJ's having some serious issues, because now he just cut in the middle of my sentence responding to the last thing I said. I'll just keep powering through, dear viewers. It's fine. But we did get GamerRVG losing the qualifying game, dropping down to deciders in Group B. We will now be focusing on that decider match, Casey and GamerRVG, for our broadcast match that myself and hopefully TJ, if he returns from the depths, are going to bring you. But certainly very interested in seeing GamerRVG play, because it looks like he has a very similar lineup to what McBanterface is bringing, which looks like a solid lineup all around. This one we did follow through quite a lot of. We saw Pocket Train picking up the victory over DreadEye in some real clutch circumstances. A couple of absolute nail-biters back and forth. Pocket Train taking the risky lines, let's say, with the Shaman, getting punished for it once, and then very nearly getting punished for it a second time, but escaping by the skin of his teeth in the end. And then we've seen Gabby calling his shot, really. Like, Gabby is Gabby. Anyone who knows Gabby will be familiar with the projected confidence and the ego and everything that comes along with Gabby. But I think most importantly, Gabby called his shot. He said everyone in this tournament is free. And so far, Gabby has been absolutely backing that up. Testing. Okay, still nothing. Are you there, TJ? Oh, you have no audio. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I think TJ has called Gabby's called two shots specifically. One being that he was going to beat everyone very easily, and secondly that he was a god at Naga Mage, which he executed on as well, because we saw that turn that I called out to Raven, like, this is where the Gabby would have killed him meme comes in, and he absolutely did kill them on that turn with the Siren, Reverb, Generate Mana, Sif coming down, OTK turn. So Gabby absolutely threatening to just wind the clock back a year or two and absolutely run away with this tournament. How we doing, TJ? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, nice.
Okay, and now all sorts of tech problems from my end. Apologies. Because you just talked to yourself.
I did.
Because
I
I couldn't hear you on Discord, I muted myself on the stream so that I wouldn't say anything and talk over you. And then when I came back and was finally with you, I was muted. So you were just laughing to yourself. But yeah,
look, I feel like we're doing great, TJ. Honestly, I feel like
doing great.
Everything
Great
is going
start.
precisely as planned, and we're doing well.
Great start. Yeah. So I love now that we have like Nature Shaman and Rainbow Mage that you look at their deck lists on these bio pages, and it's like Nature, Rainbow, Miracle, Secrets.
Is this Hearthstone or a book I'm reading my 3-year-old? I'm very unclear. What's going on?
Oh, jeez. My kids only read like books about dinosaurs. Oh, recently they got into Captain Underpants.
Captain Underpants?
Which is actually genius writing. It's like a book for kids. I think it's probably like the age group would be like probably 7 to 10 years old.
That sounds like something Lorinda says when he forgets the name of a card.
Captain Underpants. Nature, Rainbow, Miracle, Secret.
It's a secret.
Don't tell anybody about the nature, the rainbows, and the miracles. It's a secret.
Wow,
Oh,
I mean,
geez.
honestly, this is my favourite fun fact of the day so far. Casey, incredibly, has once won a game of Hearthstone. That is incredible scenes, to be quite honest. You
Amazing.
love to see it.
Like said, one favorite class is Rogue. Well, funnily enough, we're going to highlight the Miracle Rogue. Very odd. Most players opted for the Mech Rogue, but both players in the series having the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, not something that we've seen a great deal of so far. We have seen our fair share of Mech Rogue. I think Meati and Pocket in quick succession, I think, on stream, both rocking the Mech Rogue, so we've kind of got used to that so far. But this is kind of just the Casey deck, right? Like, this is the quintessential Casey deck. He was kind of responsible for various iterations of this build, step by step, and it feels like some kind of, concoction, location, Big Ghosts Rogue has been around ever since those cards appeared, and Casey has largely been responsible for finding the optimal lists of most of those variations throughout various expansions, particularly because it's a deck that just continues to survive the nerf hammer, right? Like, one card gets touched, then change, like Draka gets touched, okay, cool, we won't play Draka anymore. Location gets changed, okay, we'll just play these other threats so we don't have to go all in on Ghosts anymore. Like, Casey has really been top of that list of people who've been keeping this deck relevant, and it's a kind of deck where the people that like it love it, right? Like, they have deep emotional connection with this deck. I think possibly Banterface in like the Q&A listed it as one of his favorite decks of all time, so worth highlighting, I think, since we haven't really seen it make too much of an impact on the tournament just yet.
Yeah, there will always be metagames where just vomiting a ton of stats onto the board and going all in on any given turn is going to be strong, right? And I feel like this is one of those metagames. If things start to head more towards like control decks with wide removal, maybe it changes. Maybe Miracle Rogue's not as good anymore. But for right now, at this point in time, I think it is. It also has significant amounts of disruption in the form of both a double Speaker Stomper, double Cult Neophyte. So just being able to like get all this weird chip damage in by just making your opponent's spells cost more is relevant. Most of the decks in the metagame are very heavily spell based. and so being able to easily fit those into a lineup, I think, is quite good. So we'll see how it fares. We're going to start off with Mage versus Mage. Mage v Mage!
Yeah, it is funny. You kind of forget Cult Neophyte exists as a card you can actually put in your deck until Rogue comes along. Like, there's something about the fact you get to play Shadow Step in your deck that makes Cult Neophyte a very attractive disruption card for Rogues to play, but not really any other classes particularly. But we have seen our fair share of Mage mirrors throughout the day, both in the Rainbow versus Rainbow form and also Rainbow versus Naga we have seen a significant amount of as well. So looking forward to kick this one off. Casey does have a pretty smooth opening curve. No weapon right now for either player though, which is kind of the defining part of the early game, right? If one player gets weapon, the other doesn't, well, we've very clearly established who the aggro is in the matchup if that happens.
I missed this bunk bed. Oh, man.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about the bunk bed.
So much lore just behind one bunk bed.
Who is it? Who's hanging out on top? It's Fled, right? It's Fled that's up there, just off camera. Is that right?
Blood's still up there.
Yeah, okay.
Gaming away.
It's hard to keep up with all the America's lore, you know? Like,
It's vast, deep,
vast, intertwined.
full of rainbows, Mage, and miracles, Rogue. See what I did there?
I did, yeah. Not too many secrets, though, because you and Lorinda will just blare out everything to the audience, so it's hard to keep a secret under those circumstances.
Ooh, Tear Reality.
Go on.
Discounted with the Infinitize the Max, dude. You get Ice Block!
It's just Gateway, right? Yeah. I was talking in the earlier series about how this is a card that can be overlooked until you realize, but with both variations of Mage, actually with all three variations of Mage, because you can play Naga Mage without the creations in it as well, and then that still draws a mech because the amalgams in the deck are still a mech. Like, sometimes it's easy to forget that you are playing pretty high value mech cards in your deck as Mage.
Yeah, but Ice Block is so cool.
What happens with all of the other cards that aren't Ice Block, TJ? I want you to go through and name every possible card it could be that is an Ice Block and explain whether that is good or bad. Why do I get the feeling TJ's a bad
I don't think I can. Hello?
Hi. Yeah, sorry, you did the thing where you'd like vanished into the future for a second and then responded to the thing I said 20 seconds ago. I'm just going to assume that TJ's gone again, dear viewers. Casey, drop in the cold case. Once again, though, neither player has weapon, which is a good sign for... if you don't have weapon, the fact your opponent does not have weapon as well at least gives you some sort of compensation. Gamer probably just responding kind. It sounds better now. Yeah, what's up? Hello. I think so. If you're responding to what I'm saying right now, say broccoli. Perfect. We've nailed it.
Broccoli. I said it later because I was muted again because I was lagging. But you heard me when I said it for the first time.
That's going to be the most confusing possible thing for all of the viewers. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes in Florida they just make the internet slower.
That makes sense.
It's one of the perks.
Mm-hmm.
To incentivize you to go outside in the 115-degree heat index heat.
Yeah, it's actually a conspiracy by the alligators. They sabotage everyone's internet to drive them outside so that they can eat them.
Yep. That's true. Their numbers are dwindling, so they need to make a power move quick.
Are they actually? Is that part real?
No idea.
Oh, okay.
That'd be sad though. They're so iconic, so powerful.
Go Gators.
Go Gators!
Go Gators!
Woo! Wow.
Somewhere in a distant universe, Robert Wing punches the air in glee.
Oh no, it wasn't Firelands Portal. It's Firelands Portal substandard. So it is just Ice Block.
Oh, were you talking about Firelands Portal? I don't think we caught that.
I
From
was,
the
yeah.
reality? Okay, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think we heard that.
I can't even name a single card other than Ice Block. All I see when I see Terra Reality is my chance to get Ice Block.
Oh, it's the Ice Block card. Nice.
Yeah. Well,
I like
is
this, by the
a-
way. I think this is an underrated play that people don't necessarily do a lot. Like, that is a 9 health swing between the two mages, as well as getting another potential spell school played and a little bit of extra tempo on board, plus some potentially worthwhile cards that you can play on the following turn as well. I think just straight up dome them with a juiced up Molten Rune is something that players don't necessarily do enough.
Yeah, Casey does play 1, so that's something to note. Some players opt to play 2, yada yada, but he's just playing 1. But you can still get there with Arcane Bolts and Flame Geysers, what have you, when it comes to Sif. If that's even needed, sometimes you can just juice them down. But with Artificer existing, it gets a little bit tougher.
So, Spell School's sufficiently juiced now for Casey. I think it'll be 4 4/5s on the following turn. Gamer would have the initiative to go first here. Not sure what spell schools are out. Oh, there's a wisdom in hand, so there looks like 3 spell schools have been played based on the cost of the wisdom. Which certainly would be played here if Gamer has it, and I'm sure Casey is hoping that it isn't. I think with every moment this passes this turn without 4/5 elementals appearing on the board, Casey is feeling quite a lot better about his position in this game.
Oh, wow. Okay. Going for the reverb now can sometimes be a little bit more difficult to use in the mage matchup. You don't want to hold on to it too long, and he wants to get the shadow spell school out of the way. And was also counting cards. The Abyssal Curse will go away at the beginning of the next turn, so it's fine if he keeps his hand at 10 cards. Once the Infinitize the Max 2 comes back in the hand, because he'll still get his draw once the Abyssal Curse goes away.
Yeah, I certainly don't blame him, doing some finger counting there. It is a little bit counterintuitive. Like, playing a finale'd Infinitize actually adds a card to your hand, and then when you have to compensate for the fate card that's going away at the start of the turn as well, like, nothing wrong with double checking that, making sure you're getting it right.
Yep. And Casey knows the creation is here. Didn't get Divine Shield, didn't get Reborn. So he knows that it's not long for this world. But needed to play it anyway.
Only on 4 as well, right? The creation, based on the cost of the wisdom currently.
Yeah, but isn't it just fire?
Oh no, because it starts on 1 anyway, right? So it'll be 5 straight up.
Oh yeah.
I forget they work.
It does start on 1,
differently.
but it would be
you can't just impose
2,
them.
3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shadow, Frost, Arcane, and okay, just gonna get this out of the hand. Objection, easy peasy.
I use this as a clean the scene instead. Okay, sure. Confuse clean the scene. Gets the holy spell played while it is useful to do so. Makes sense.
Yeah. I didn't even think that was clean the scene. I thought it was that 5-mana holy spell that summons a 1-cost 5/5 or the opposite.
Oh, is it the paladin? Is it a paladin card that does that?
Yeah, it's a paladin card.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The golden art when it's tucked away in there, they actually look similar. Oddly enough. But he hits him with another one.
I had the exact same reaction as you, by the way. Was it you that when the gadget started appearing in golden from the golden Mimron, I was like, oh, I have no idea.
No idea. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Because they actually look quite a bit different when they're golden. It's more Everything's more blurred together, it feels. Ooh, Taste of Chaos!
You sound incredibly excited about that card, TJ.
It's one of my favorite cards, like of all
Is it
time.
really? Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much all finale cards. I'm like, oh yes. Oh, I spend all my mana and then my cards are yellow. Oh, I love yellow cards. Oh, it's yellow!
You gotta do it, right? Yeah. Get played. Oh, more yellow cards? Are you kidding?
I wouldn't have minded meta there. Just for damage, but I guess it does not affected by spell damage. Need something cheap to dump maybe? So it can start drawing cards. I like how we just haven't even thought about what Casey's gonna do. Like,
Well, the last 2 turns, he's had the ability to play 4 4/5s, which was clearly the best play over anything else. So you don't really need talking about.
ooh. Volume up, but hand space might be an issue until he starts getting these solid alibis out of the way. Because that Whirlpool is not doing too much. Unless the Elemental Inspiration comes down and has no other good way to deal with it.
Which it looks like it might.
Yeah.
At least has
6 of
the
them.
upside of having found the weapon before being forced to play Whirlpool, so...
Oh, he's already mousing over it.
Yep. Unbeknownst to GamerRVG, Reborn was the by far the best one in this situation.
Runs out on me.
Bask in my radiance.
Oh, Frozen Over is interesting.
Sure, yeah. As everyone knows, it's the #1 rule of card games that whenever you can burn any of your opponent's cards, you absolutely do that, and it's the best play by far.
you have to. Instead, pick Stranglethorn Heart to resurrect all of the beasts that he's played.
Yeah, I think just took it as a tradable, but then didn't trade it at the end of the turn. I don't know whether that was a conscious decision or whether that was just a run out of time kind of deal.
Yeah, he's playing around Hidden Meaning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just getting in the habit.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, okay, so we just saw Whirlpool kill a full board of the 4/5 elementals, right? Like, the 4/5 elementals with the different keywords, are they considered the same minion? Like, what if one got Shadow Stepped back to hand? Would it get killed by the Whirlpool?
I've never seen that interaction. I have
No, me
no
neither.
idea.
Yeah.
Runs out on me.
That's so weird looking when you play an unfinale'd Fell in Flames on so it just looks like nothing happened at all, but no, it did get rushed. We're good. Tough choice.
Okay.
Does go Alibi in the end. I do think that was an actual consideration, right? Whether you want another wave of massive pressure, since your Elemental Inspiration is massively juiced at this point. Chose just to go with the extra copy of Alibi instead.
Is he going to reverb?
Is there much benefit to it? I think honestly the best thing you can do right now is make your opponent have to kill a 3/8 instead of a 3/1.
Yeah, but
It's not like the
you can do
damage is doing
two
much
things.
right now. Okay, fine. So
Double it up
secrets
right
then,
away.
I guess. Oh, he's
Oh,
going to take the
damage.
Okay. Fine. Alright.
The culmination of my research.
Come on, Zal. Well, you never Norganoned before?
Oh, I have Norganoned plenty, TJ.
You were a Norganon?
I can't remember where it was, but I had a weird experience where, like, I think it might have been Lorinda's stream, and I gave Lorinda, like, a mage list very similar to what Casey and GamerRVG are playing right now. And suddenly, like, the whole stream were like, oh, why is the Titan in the list? The Titan sucks. Huh? What? I got very confused. It did feel like everyone cut the Titan from this deck for quite a significant amount of time, and then we get back to the Masters Tour and it's just back in. It's one of those things I felt like I was playing a different game.
It can be a little bit clunky.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But there's some really cool things you can do with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, worth noting, of course, the way the reverb interaction works, like, you could, if you want to deal 10 damage to someone, you could just reverb the Titan first and then click 5 damage on each of them. Or you can use one ability on the first Titan, reverb it, and then use 10 damage on the new Titan that's just been summoned, which is obviously better because then you get a whole other first ability on the first Titan before you do so. So, Casey taking care of the mechanics quite nicely in the end. Ooh, oh, hello.
Yeah, and oh! And this still has its damage because it was the doubled one.
Correct.
So
we can now just go 10, 20. Yep.
But he could have got. He could have gotten secrets. 20.
He could have gotten secrets, but this is lethal anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
Solid argument.
Mm-hmm.
But could have ended the game with 3 secrets. So
that is true, and that is better.
That is better. It is much better. But yeah, GamerRVG. Now I'm respecting the Norganonin that was going on from Casey. Decided to opt for power. His turn would have been pretty bad if all he had done was just trying to clear those. He could have gone like Volcanomancy Ping on one of the Norganons, would have cleared the board. But then what's he doing with the rest of his mana that turn? He had like triple Solid Alibi, and a bunch of other nonsense. A bunch of other stuff that wasn't really doing anything except for the Elemental Inspiration. So
yeah, I think I kind of failed to appreciate how deep in that game we were at that point, because my initial instinct to reverbing a Norg is like, oh, you just made it so much easier to clear, right? Like, they can just play whatever, like, juice creation and it clears it anyway. Like, we were at such an advanced point in the game where GamerRVG had already used a couple of generated AoEs to deal with the elementals, right? Had already used both creations to clear up boards as well. So it was in a position where actually that was going to be an annoying board to clear regardless of health total. Like, ping one and shoot a spell at the other one is still a majority of your turn at that point based on what had already been played in the game. So I think that play was a lot better than I initially gave it credit for. But Gamer chose to take a somewhat risky line of saying, okay, I need to actually just jam stuff on the board right now, and then second reverb ended up being lethal in the end for Casey. But he kind of pushed the boat out to get one of those cheeky lethal setups in.
yeah, not bad, not bad. And yeah, you got to look at GamerRVG's hand there. If all he had done is what you said, ping and shoot another minion, the rest of his turn would have been what? Forge a Molten Rune and launch it face. Trade his Stranglethorn Heart into something else that he couldn't play. You know, this would have ended up floating a lot of mana or dumping a lot of burn spells that he would have needed for Sif as soon as it was drawn. And also, there's like that game of chicken that goes on at that point in the game too, right? There's a lot of generated stuff in the hand. There could be discounted burn damage from both sides. Who starts the Solid Alibi war when you get deep enough into the deck where Sif plus spells can kill you from a lot? Now, 40 damage is really hard, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you have to hand track pretty carefully when you're playing against Mage specifically, and keep track of particularly discounted generated cards. Because discounted cards from Infinitize, for example, those can change the breakpoints for Sif damage. Because you can generate extra burn damage, it doesn't really change how much is possible to play alongside a Sif, right? Like, you can play a Sif, a Molten Rune, and then a 1-mana spell alongside that. You can replace that 1-mana spell with a different 1-mana spell. It's still a very similar amount of damage. It's only really if you find something extra from Infinitize where the breakpoints really go through the roof, and that's where that game of chicken that you were talking about really comes into play, of using that information as best as you can. to get your solid alibi timings just right. Because if you first alibi and everyone resolves down, then you're in trouble.
Yep. Unless you factor in that instead of burn damage from that Infinitize the Maxitude, there was another solid alibi that was picked up, and then who knows, right? So, it looks like we are waiting for. There was an admin issue that we're waiting to have resolved from that first game, so we'll be jumping into game 2 in a few moments. But I don't know. What do you want to talk about, Sottle? So many things to talk about.
I want to talk about every mage card that can come from Reality, TJ, and the relative merits and drawbacks of each of them.
Is that even something that you could Google?
I mean, presumably, yeah. I mean, you could work it out just from the online collection, right? Presumably, but
yeah, but like mage spells from the past is so like ambiguous.
I guess, yeah. I get what you mean.
It's like, well, the past also includes yesterday. So, like, past in this tense on Reality is not a keyword.
I
so
specifically remember playing a solid alibi yesterday. Therefore, that is a card from the past, and I wish to generate it from my Reality. If I do not receive one immediately, you will be hearing from my lawyers.
Evocation, that's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Reality, you can't. It's not a. It's a random effect, I guess. So you can't get itself from itself.
I think I'm just kind of doing the same thing you are, is like staring at Casey's deck list and trying to work out what, if anything, has gone wrong here, because as far as I can see, everything seemed above board, but I'm obviously not keeping 100% track of what was going on. But, remainder of the series, anyway, let's keep this going. And there is the aggro, the Arcane Hunter, which I believe you and Lorinda got on board with the name Arcane Hunter during the previous
It
series,
just makes
right?
more sense.
It does make more sense, doesn't it? It's like, let's call one of the 3 Hunter decks that plays Secrets Secret Hunter. No! That's not helping anyone. That's not how you name things. But I am really looking forward to the Rogue coming out to play in this series altogether, because it almost at this point doesn't feel like a high-level competitive Hearthstone event if people aren't making 9/9 ghosts on turn 3. You know, like that just seems like something that has to happen at some point over the course of a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Mech Rogue kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, true.
Question mark? Like Rogue decks just kind of do rogue things where, you know, they start the turn with a 2/1 and then you're either dead or there's like 3 9/9s on board. But we're going in the next game here. Casey is going to play the Rogue, and GamerRVG is going to be on the Mage. Once again. Mage.
And look at this hand. What did I say about 9/9s on turn 3?
I mean, sure.
All we need is a minion and a step, and we're cooking. Like,
There's
that's all I'm saying.
no substance here.
I mean, the substance is the thing that comes out of the Sinstone graveyard, TJ.
I know, but this is like if you went to a really nice steak restaurant and you sat down and they just gave you like 3 steaks.
That sounds incredible. Sign me up.
I know, like that exactly. You looked at that hand and you're like, oh yes. But then if you think about it, like down the road, in this instance, we're going to use.
Oh, there's a side of mashed potatoes right there, TJ.
See? Yep. And now we get a shadow step, and we got some veggies in there. So
yeah. And then the broccoli's cooking as well.
And then the broccoli's cooking. Yep. And then after it's all done, and you've eaten this glorious meal, the speaker stomper that comes out to protect it all, that's the dessert.
That's the peppercorn sauce slathered all over the top.
This guy
boy,
stinks.
I'm hungry. Oh, there's a minion. Next card, Shadow Step. Oh, unlucky. Okay. What do you mean, play sensibly? Just assume your next card, Shadow Step. Alright, back in reality. away from steak-based metaphor.
It's too late. I'm down the rabbit hole.
Oh, okay, fine.
I won't
Rabbit
say anything
steaks?
about it.
Jeez. What are you diving down a rabbit hole to find rabbits to make steaks out of, TJ? You monster!
No rebuttal. The defense rests, Your Honor.
The defense rests just like the 15 minutes I rested this delicious steak for. So, jeez.
Oh man. So you know it's getting close to dinner time when my analogies start to be food-based instead of boat-based.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, come on. This looks very much like turn 4 to me.
Oh, cold case off the tippity top.
Alright, I mean, that is basically the quality of draw that GamerRVG kind of needed to stay in this game, to be perfectly honest, but... Ooh!
Double!
Pick yourself up and deposit yourself directly into the nearest bin. Card, 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 card. There we go. Beautiful.
Ah, God, I love me some card rogue.
Mm-hmm. It's
A lot of stats.
beautiful.
This has already been Frost, Fire, and can fit in Arcane. So this is 4. That's like almost a full clear.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good, right? Turns out Inquisitive Creation is also a heck of a Hearthstone card.
Yeah.
Okay, good draw. Not for this turn. Definitely just 5-5 tempo this turn. Definitely go face. But needed some sort of resource generation. I think Potion Belt was the absolute best draw in the deck, right? Because it still has the Ghoulish Alchemist aura discount in play.
Yeah.
But Dora Shadow's pretty close. Pretty close second.
This Elemental Inspiration is already pretty juiced. So if GamerRVG can get through the next turn relatively unscathed, could have a good follow-up. Because probably not expecting too big of ghosts to come out from these next turn, with only 2 cards in hand, one of them being Aslor.
Yeah, for sure. Still needs to find something to do with his mana off this, though. That's pretty good. Okay, yeah, Prismatic fills out quite nicely. You can just drop the Flame Geyser in there if nothing better is found.
Lunar.
Lunar Eclipse. Interesting.
It's playable. It's also an extra 4/5 next turn.
Yeah, it looks good to me.
It's actually a full clear.
With the
Yeah.
Flame Geyser, yeah.
Oh, that's the juice.
You idiot, you've fallen directly into my trap by infusing my Door of Shadows, which will now draw me 2 Potion Belts instead of 1. It has to be Potion Belt, right? He just has to keep digging until it's Potion Belt. Oh, no! Okay.
There it
okay,
is.
Okay. Hazy.
Oh, I was like,
and
double
card
hazy.
draw. Very nice, yeah. Wild Growth.
I mean, these are big ghosts. Very big ghost.
Oh.
11. What? He had 2 cards in hand. Now he's got 22 stats. He's still just Elemental Inspiration, though.
What gets me is, like, he burned through so much mana doing nothing just to get to the Potion Belt. It felt like that was a bad thing. But the fact all of the doors just chained into more doors. Chained into more door? What? Does ended up being good for him because it just created that insane chain of cards, right? It ended up with 11/11s. Like, the mana didn't matter because as soon as he got to Potion Belt, the potion that he created cost 0 anyway from the Ghoulish Alchemist. So actually worked out in a pretty nice way for Casey in the end.
Yeah, perfect mana utilization as well. Super crisp. It's 4, right? It's 4 elementals. You got to do it. You gain 7 armor.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only 3. What?
So just Frost, Arcane, and Nature then?
Fire. Cast a
Oh
flame.
yeah, Fire was
flame
played as
geyser.
well. Wait, what? Is Lunar Eclipse? Lunar Eclipse isn't Nature, right? Or
Oh,
is
it's not nature. No, you're right. It's arcane.
There you go.
It's either
Correct.
arcane or
It's
arcane or
Arcane.
nothing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Arcane.
Whoops.
This is what I get for trusting TJ Sanders.
Big mistake.
Oh, Putricide's juicing.
Oh my god. Casey's actually pretty close to dying.
Yeah, so much so that had to respect one of the 4/5s with the 11/11, right? It's just to take some of the damage off the board.
You know. Volume up. Looking for solid alibi. There it is.
The dream would be Solid Alibi and Reverb here, right? Because then you could just ship the damage face, Alibi this turn, and then you'd have Norg Reverb next turn for the 10.
Yeah.
Doesn't have that necessarily guaranteed 2-turn setup, but does hit the Alibi, which is the most important piece of the equation. Ooh. All 3 of those have their arguments.
I think if you're solid alibiing, your minions are probably getting traded anyway, so anti-magic shell goes down.
Fair, yeah, you can't fit it in this turn anyway with the Alibi.
Yeah. So Whirlpool makes a whole lot of sense. Oh.
Okay. Can Casey possibly know how absurdly clutch that Speaker Stomper is right now?
Nope.
It's just the best play, though, right? Like, you put
Absolutely.
it on the board. Yeah.
100%. Even if, like, he couldn't have anything randomly generated, he knows that there's 2 flame elementals in hand. It's still just the best play.
Yep.
Do you double whammy here? Also
Whammy?
with the cold neophyte.
Nah, single whammy only.
Oh!
Oh, no.
How much is it with Aslar? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21?
Still a lot, right? Still feels quite a lot like losing. You'd still have, I guess, Reverb out off the top. You can find Reverb here as well, or other sources of damage. No?
Take the tradable.
You can take the tradable, yeah, for sure. But as it stands right now, like, Casey can just go, like, Astor... Oh, it doesn't have board space, though, actually. Because you'd want to play Astalor and Neophyte same turn, right? Ideally, would be your next turn.
Yeah. I think you gotta play the Aslar, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. We say that because we know he has the Whirlpool.
True.
He thinks he's dead.
So he's going to go the other way around, clear space first, and then play the Neophyte. Make sure he's preserving a board space in case of like a third generated alibi, right? Make sure he has the board space to be able to play the Astalor next time.
Yeah. But if the board gets cleared, he's going to be one off. Oh, it's lethal.
Sure is.
Easy peasy! So it wouldn't have mattered, whatever Casey did.
As long as we don't screw up our mechanics here, it is inherently possible, but no, that looks fine to me.
You have to press the wrong button twice. Even if you press the wrong button on the first one, you can still get it right on the second one.
No, you can't. If you press deal 5 on the first one, you're cooked, right? You can't get lethal from there.
Ah, true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So you have a 2 out of 3 chance. Oh man, I pressed the wrong one. That's okay.
I know, like, Titan mechanics, genuinely, like, joking aside, they are a thing that you have to learn, though, right? Like, there is a lot going on with Titan mechanics. Like, essentially, a Titan ability is treated as an attack by the game, and Titans have charge, functionally. So when a new Titan appears on the board, it can attack immediately, with attack meaning use one of its abilities. But it does literally have charge. No, I know you're making that face at me, but it does literally have charge.
So because can you quad reverb and then charge with the fourth one after using all 3 abilities?
Yes, you absolutely can. You can also... So this comes up in Mech Rogue, right? Because you can give the Titan Wind Fury using Ini as the most common version, but, you know, various other ways as well. And then if you reverb it with 1 ability left, a new Titan appears that has Wind Fury, 1 ability remaining, you can use that 1 ability and then still attack face with the newly summoned Titan as well. Like, there's all sorts of cool things you can do with Titans. Like, you really... If you play at this level, you probably are going to have to dig into those interactions just so you don't miss something incredibly niche when it comes up in a spot like that.
Today I learned.
Yeah.
I knew the whole functionally has charge thing. Did not know that they actually have charge.
And they do. They do indeed.
Yeah, because it doesn't say it.
No.
Doesn't say charge all.
I mean, the Rogue Titan doesn't even say Titan.
Yeah, it does.
I don't.
It says Titan.
If you're from the internet in the early 2000s, it says Titan, sure, but like I'm not.
I was trying to verbalize how it's spelled, but I can't.
Is it to 1 to Fawn? Is it a 4 for the A? I don't even remember whether it's a 4 or not.
Yeah, I think it is.
I can't remember.
To 1 to
Anyway.
Fawn. Yeah, you're right. Doesn't say Titan.
Anyway, 1 game to 1. Both mages have picked up a victory. Mage, really a deck that is performing very well in the hands of very good players overall. Because if you actually look at stats across ladder, even across like high ranked sample ladder, like top 1000 ladder, it doesn't seem like a very well performing, very highly performing deck. But then you look at how many of them you queue into if you're actually in like genuinely high legend, right? If you're in low double digits or single digit legend, you play against mage a lot. There is a lot of them up there, and a lot of the best players in the world regard some build of mage to be a top 3 deck in the game right now. And I think you can see from the way these games pan out, there's so many different choices to be made on any individual given turn by so many of these players. And yes, we've seen a lot of, oh, here's solid alibi. Like, we have seen that. I'm not going to deny that that has been a factor. I have eyes, and I know the people watching have eyes too. But leading us to those points have been extremely intricate decisions from a lot of the players piloting it. So I think it's a really interesting deck, and I do think that genuinely, in terms of like new archetypes launched into the game by the new expansion, that Rainbow Mage is like right up there in terms of, you know, healthy, fun archetypes for the game overall.
Casey's certainly not enjoying solid alibi.
No, absolutely not.
He won without even having to play one.
Yeah, because obviously the rational claim here is that if you make 2 7/7s and 8/8s on turn 4 and then 2 11/11s 2 turns later, you should just win the game automatically, and your opponent shouldn't be allowed to stop that in any way, right? Like, that's the assertion that we're making here.
That's a fair assumption, right? Like,
I think
if I go through all that work to make 2 7/7s, You better have the gosh darn respect to let me kill you with them.
You best believe I'm going to get something out of it. Like a wife. I don't know what that's from. It's from something. It'll come to me eventually.
No,
Someone
it won't.
at... It will. I promise.
It's just a quote that you said years ago. And you're like, wow, that moment in my
actually,
life was a lot like a TV show.
Now that you mention it, that was just my proposal to my wife. Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact, my wife actually proposed to me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is a fun fact.
Look at us bucking gender roles. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did not. I was the one who proposed. At the top of the tower thingy in Las Vegas.
The tower thingy in Las Vegas. I'm not going with
Stratosphere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, confirmed by Lorinda, the stratosphere, apparently.
Yeah,
I sort of vaguely know of it, but I couldn't even picture it if I had to.
It was supposed
Anyway,
to
do
be
you fancy talking about some Hearthstone, TJ?
Yeah, but one sec. Let me finish this story.
Okay, sure.
The proposal was supposed to be a surprise. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They have a metal detector before you can go up to the top of the stratosphere. Went through the metal detector.
Oh.
The ring set it off, so I had to take it out and show them what it was. The surprise was completely ruined.
Did you
still a funny moment.
did you get down on one knee as you presented it to the security guard on the way in?
No, I was just like thinking in my head, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I know? One, even if I had known that there was a metal detector, I don't think I would have even thought that the ring would set it off.
Yeah. No. I'm on your side. No one plays around that. You're not stupid, TJ. That's fine. It's a perfectly reasonable mistake.
And then I have such a fear of authority. I could have just gone, oh yeah, it's my belt, and just showed them my belt, and they would have been like, okay, that's fine. But I was like, they're gonna know that I'm hiding something else, and I don't want them to think that I'm trying to sneak something there. So I took it out and showed them. My life has been a comedy of errors. Alright, we can talk about Hearthstone now.
Sweet. My favourite. We've made it! We've made it to the rogue mirror. I was hoping we'd see a bit of rogue on rogue action. It's been a while, for sure, since I have dipped my toes in the murky waters of Miracle Rogue Mirrors. Shadow Demise opening hand on coin with a Shadow Step Ghoulish Alchemist as well. Like, that is a hand that can go absolutely wild if a location is found. If some potion generation is found. Casey, on the other hand not doing a great deal right now.
Yep, time. Well, I was going to say time to start poking, but I guess not. Oof.
Now already, is your hand airy enough that you're just going to double cycle off the Ghostly Strike? I guess not, right? Because, yeah, you have Gear Shift. Not particularly used to playing Miracle Rogue with Gear Shift in it. Did you see the, like, kind of hybrid list? Like, the mech Miracle version of the deck that kind of just played Mimiron and the 2-mana spell for the Spark Bots alongside, like, locations and Shadow Steps and all the other stuff?
Yep.
Yeah, I played that for a little while, but nothing, not like pure Miracle Rogue, just with the draw spell thrown in, so I'm not quite used to being able to use it like that.
Yeah, it's a little clunky. Just play your own. Right? That's not a crazy thought, is it?
Well, just Speaker Stomper right back at them? I don't think
Yep.
so. You can belt and it still costs 0 though, right? Like your auras go the player whose turn it is, their auras go last, I think.
Well, I think it's the wording of the card, right?
Possibly, yeah, no, that would make a difference, yeah, true.
It's not your next potion costs X less, it's your next potion costs 0.
Mm-hmm, yeah, no, that's fair.
But I still like this, just because next
I
time
do too.
you can factor the potion belt into the ghosts.
Exactly. You don't want to half dump your cheap cards on this turn, right? You want to just play the one expensive card on this turn and then dump all of your cheap cards next turn.
Mm-hmm. Okay, time to giddy up.
Let's go.
Yeah. He better hit draw here, or he's going to be floating a lot of mana. Okay. Oh,
Well, yeah, there you go.
well, funnily enough.
How does draw
Look at
8
that!
sound?
Ooh, and a neophyte?
Okay, I didn't quite find the hand to be able to go for the draw 8 line. Needed like cheaper minions to dump. I'm not really sure if that's possible with this version of the deck without using a Shadow Step before playing the second draw 4. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to make do with this turn instead.
The triple neophyte?
Triple Neophyte, yep. Extra 2/2 in play, 4/4 in play. Coin in a 1/2 as well, right? Why not? Yep, get it in there. Get in there and fight, buddy. Nice.
Very nice.
Close.
Real close. 19, 20, 21. It's just a singular bubbling. I think I just asked the Lord Ghostly Strike, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, what if you were lying to me?
That's a good point. I could have been lying to you. I don't think that 21 wasn't any lethal outs.
Oh, it just puts him to 1 anyway, function like. Finds Neophyte though, which is probably better than the dagger up in the end, right? But even if you didn't find the Neophyte off the draw, you can just dagger up and put your opponent to 1, which makes sense, I think.
Yes. I forgot what Miracle Rogue mirrors feel like. That's what they feel like.
Yep, they feel just like that.
One player gets to have all the fun.
Yep.
And
I told you though, it's the kind of hand that makes things happen. Whenever you have that Shadow Demise and you're on coin, you know you can do some really degenerate things extremely early, right? Like, even if it does just end up being used as coin, that is pretty often good enough in a lot of positions if you do find that early pop-off turn. But GamerRVG's hand just kept juicing more and more and more, and then hitting draw 4 off the potion belt as well was just kind of the final insult to Casey in the end. Just not really a game that he ever got to play.
Yeah, pretty rough. And now, one game away from potentially going home. It's been 4 years, 3 years since we've switched to online-only casting, and I still haven't found a replacement phrase for going home. And he'll be going home. Staying home.
Mm-hmm.
Be going to not play in the tournament anymore.
That's it. Yeah, well, I think we got there. It's weird. If it was that easy, I don't know why you didn't think of that earlier, honestly, TJ.
Because nothing sounds as smooth as going home.
Yep. No, it is very true. But that is 2 losses now for the Rogue as well from Casey. We pointed it out as like the highlighted deck at the start of the series. I hyped up Casey as, you know, one of the best Miracle Rogue players in the world, one of the innovators of the deck, one of the refiners of the deck, but so far it's just not making things happen. But I don't think that's through any fault of Casey's, right? It's been one very good draw that just got shut down by Solid Alibis on the other side, and then one just absolute non-game of Hearthstone, right? I don't think there was an awful lot that could have been done to change the timeline in that rogue mirror.
Yeah. But we're in a situation where winner gets to move on to tomorrow, and the loser is going home.
That's right. The loser goes directly to jail. They do not pass go. They do not collect $200.
Actually, they do.
No, that's correct. Actually, yes, they do.
Yeah. A little bit more than that as well.
And it's the loser free parking. No, it doesn't really work either.
And the loser goes away with significantly less money than they would have if they had gone on to the next round and hadn't gone home.
That's it. That's the one. We found it.
All right. It's gotta be maybe slightly infuriating to play against this rogue deck as a shaman with double speaker stomper, double cold neophyte.
Yep.
But if you're not putting any pressure on the shaman, none of it matters.
And this is... I know probably people are already sick of this at this point, but again, this is one of the relative merits of playing this more tempo-focused shaman list than the version that a lot of people tried to argue was stronger, like the much more all-in totem version with the 1-mana summon 4 totems and Thing from Below and so on, is if your opponent is going to play Cult Neophytes and Speaker Stompers against you, if you're this version of Shaman, they might do that when you already have a board, right? And so you can just trade some of their stuff, or you can continue to be aggressive with the board that you already have. Maybe you've opened a Schooling in your hand already, so you just have 3 fish that you can play to clear the board, potentially. You can just fight much, much better for tempo, whereas the other more all-in combo versions of the deck, like, if you just get Speaker Stompered with one of those decks, you're in trouble. Your deck basically does nothing. It has no outs against those kind of situations, but you can see already that it's just kind of playing 3/2s on curve, like 1-mana Bloodfen Raptors and hit you. Ooh, unlucky.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the punish for going face? Well, this exact scenario is the punish for going face in that instance. Because if you make the pre-trade, that's not a putricide. That would have to be a potion belt, which is a much easier board to deal with when the turn flops back over. So now GamerRVG is back to square one, now with 100% less Novice Zappers in the deck.
Yeah, and I think Lorinda alluded to this earlier, that this is another drum that I love to bang about this deck, which is you really want to have 3 mana on turn 3, because you can do a lot of powerful things on turn 3 with 3 mana. GamerRVG just chose to go full aggro with the double Novice Zapper start, chose to push damage early on as well, which, again, as a game plan, and as I was talking about this on turn 1, right? Like, as a game plan against the double Speaker Stomper, double Cult Neophyte deck, chip damage early into just shoot your spells at face unwarned at some point, right? That's not a bad plan to have overall. I don't fault that necessarily. It's just the fact that because the Putricide punish was there and so devastating, GamerRVG is now so far behind in this game right now. Super aggressively fighting for tempo as well is Casey. You see, like, no real thoughts of holding Bone Spike for big pop-off combo turns or anything like that. Just straight off, max tempo, make sure I'm dominating board, because if I'm dominating board, then my disruption cards are infinitely more powerful than if I'm not.
Yeah, and threw away Speaker Stomper and Krakatoa, which are, to be fair, can be 2 pretty good cards in the matchup.
Yeah.
In order to just try and find the even more powerful cards in the matchup. Like, really wants to look for like a graveyard in the sense, and something to capitalize on the cheap stuff that he already has in hand. And that's why he held on to still the free potion for next turn, because he's got the draw potion. So if you use your mana drawn to graveyard, then you can go for pop-off turn. Which is good into the Golganeth if you make big lads.
Big
Summon
lads.
an even larger lad.
There you go. You can't say lads and not use large as the descriptor. You can't say big lads. That doesn't work at all. It's Large lads.
Oh. That's just 0 mana draw too.
It's big boys, large lads, and giant gentlemen. That's what it is. That's how it works.
And ubiquitous units.
And unbelievably big units. Nailed it.
And those units are going home!
Look, Crab, I told you, in the deck. Stay.
You shuffled Astalor Crab. It's like a revolving door.
I think this is the worst Shaman hand I've ever seen. Like, this hand is so bad, you want to play Golganeth for draw 3 and then try and find, like, Lightning Storm or something? Is that the out? As opposed to just going for the straight-up AoE? I don't know.
Yeah, if you go for the AoE, you never win the game. Oh, deal 20?
You just take the deal 20? Okay, sure.
And then just try and protect it with a Lightning Bolt?
Mm-hmm. Does Gamer even play Storm, in fact? It is a card that some people are cutting. Yeah, 1 Lightning Storm.
Now back to square one. Miracles can happen. If this was like Flash of Lightning into Ancestral Knowledge into like double reflexes, and then next turn you drew like Feral Spirits.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you just drew Ancestral Knowledge off the top, and Ancestral Knowledge just drew double reflexes. No, you'd have to draw, yeah, like, in any order, you use Ancestral Knowledge and Flash of Lightning, and then end up with 2 Lightning reflexes in your hand. Like, there's a couple of different orders that could happen in. Then just by having the two reflexes in your hand, you might be able to find lethal from that point with the 1 weapon swing still remaining as well.
Yeah. Oh, just feels. I don't like it.
Just
I don't like it.
Launching lightning bolts at minions.
Even though one was played and one was already in the hand, he gear shifts and Astalor and Krakatoa come back. Oh, yes. Just quadruple whammy. Shadow Step the Neophyte, play the Speaker Stomper, press the button. Your spells cost 4 more.
Yeah, because with regular cost spells, GamerRVG's turn was incredible this turn, right?
This is an absolute nerf shaman kind of game.
It sure is.
All right, tied series. I feel like we've had a couple go the distance so far today. This being one of them. It's going to come down to Shaman versus Shaman. Is that what it is?
And it's part of the idea behind this lineup, right? Is that
Shaman v Shaman.
You're playing Shaman because most of these players do just believe in the power of Shaman overall, but I think the players who have brought this version of Miracle Rogue, this is part of the thinking, right? It's like, this allows me to not have to ban Shaman, because I gain 1 extra positive matchup with quad disruption Miracle Rogue against Shaman. You know, it can be more competitive than it just looked, because that was a miserable hand from GamerRVG, but certainly this is somewhat close to the theory of the way this deck is designed for the tournament. I'm getting the distinct impression that TJ may have abandoned me as well, so I'm going to keep talking. Oh, he's here? Can he hear me? I'm going to assume not. Yeah, so it is going to come down to Shaman versus Shaman, which is a scary mirror for sure. It's again pretty tempo-based overall, I would say, with both players fighting for the board early. Whoever has the board early can tend to threaten more lethal situations more quickly, cause the other person to be play scared. So we will see what it comes down to here, because I don't think we've seen too many of these just yet. Casey, instant full mulligan. GamerRVG taking a moment before deciding on the opening hand. Casey does find the schooling. The one of Lightning Storm, probably not the tool you want to be having in your opening hand.
Sorry if I wasn't responding to you. Sorry if I wasn't responding to you, Salo. You were... For some reason, I couldn't hear you, but it seems the stream could, so...
Oh, well, I definitely blame you either way.
Yeah, because as soon as somebody else came in to see if it was just me or if it was you, it fixed. So now I just look like an idiot.
It's all just a giant prank. I just actually have a very convincing robot voice impression, and I was doing that deliberately until you asked for a technician to come in and listen to me, and then I stopped doing it immediately.
You sly little goose, you.
Yeah.
Alright. You probably talked about this mirror match. I'm sure you did.
I did, yeah.
Okay. I'm sure it was lovely.
Thanks.
I'm sure
I think
it was.
I actually got far enough to say a great deal, because I got distracted by the mulligans, but this is one of the matchups actually where early Chisel is not something I don't mind. Like, again, I think Chisel is a pretty overrated card in terms of multifunctionality, right? Like, it kind of does one thing, which is set up boards for free to use with your combos. Sometimes it can be useful against, like, Hunter, if they play Costume Singer on turn 1, right, and you can clear up that. It can be kind of useful sometimes. But actually, in this matchup, the threat of just a bunch of totems on the board is kind of annoying for the other Shaman to deal with, because they only really have Piranhas or Turn the Tides that actually interact with that well from hand. Otherwise, sometimes they're having to decide whether to, like, storm a board of 4 totems or just let the turn pass back to you, starting the turn with 4 totems in play, which can be very, very scary, right? So I do think it's kind of an annoying card to have for your opponent to deal with in this matchup.
Chisel's a much better card when you pair it with Totemic Evidence.
TJ, careful now.
And I think Totemic Evidence is the better list! We got him!
You're coming very close to incurring my wrath.
Take him away, Bailiff.
It's only the fact that, like, I posted the list on Twitter that the majority of people are playing in this tournament, and all the responses I got was like, "Oh, you're so far behind. Why aren't you playing the Totemic Evidence list?" Because it sucks, you dummies. That's why. Jesus.
That's always so far behind.
This is what I mean, right? Like, you kind of just have to storm this board, or at the very least throw some Piranhas back into it. But if the Piranhas weren't there...
If you're not playing Totemic Evidence, then how are you supposed to get so many minions for your Bioluminescence?
Fish? Feral Spirits? Turn the Tides? Discover stuff?
How much spell damage? How much spell damage do you get for 1 mana with Fish?
0
spell damage. How much?
Well, I mean, if you've opened the Fish already, then 1. Yes, admittedly.
See, I threw you a bone, okay, and already assumed that you had spent the 1 mana. What about Totemic Evidence? How much spell damage?
6.
Wait, what?
Well, you play 2 0-mana Thing from Belows at the same time, because you've just made them cost 0 by summoning 4 totems.
I am the rage of our queen.
I think I've shocked TJ into silence with that response. Meanwhile, Casey just absolutely ripping his way through a bioluminescence turn of his own. Only finds Zap off the Discover, though, does not get any extra sources of damage, so now does have a little decision to make. Gonna trade the 1-1. You still launch the Lightning Bolt? I feel like you still launch the Lightning Bolt, do you not? Apparently you don't. Okay. Yeah, GamerRVG with a little bit of a reaction to that turn, like, surprised me a little bit as well. Casey just went in very, very quickly. There was, there's some aspect of the Titan was on the board on the other side, so you're going to need to commit some amount of resources to dealing with that anyway. If you're going to commit resources, then committing resources with spell damage does kind of make sense. GamerRVG absolutely not pleased with the way this has panned out, though. Yeah, gonna have to drop the Storm. Clear up. Both players having to use significant resources here to fight back and forth. Huge pickup with the Ancestral Knowledge in terms of reload. Casey having committed so many resources on the previous turn. Being able to drop the Inza and pick up the Ancestral Knowledge as well to keep hand size high. Very, 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 very nice. GamerRVG now back in the same position, really, that he was in the previous turn. Just facing down a board that kind of represents lethal if it's left up on the other side. But again, doesn't want to be in the position where he's just sinking burn spells into 5/5s on the other side.
You didn't even need me, Sal. Don't worry. Oh, it just slowed you down.
I don't... I was going to say I don't know if that's true. I think I don't disagree would be the best way to phrase it. I don't necessarily agree.
Okay, you paused to just really think about it. It's like, maybe I would be.
Maybe I would, yeah. Maybe actually. All of these other clowns have just been holding me back this entire time.
Yeah. Maybe.
I will say the moment you chose to disconnect was very ill-timed, because I got distracted by looking over to see if you were still connected or not, and then missed the start of Casey's pop-off turn, so I can't correctly evaluate whether it was a good decision or not. But here we are.
Turn the tides?
Yeah. Weird outcome, honestly. One of the situations where I think Casey would have wanted this to be Bioluminescence number 2, I would imagine, as like the premium choice, with one bio already being used.
I wonder.
Because with the Inza discount, I think he can have still have a very real stab at lethal just using the Inza discount on the following turn. Okay, well, just do that instead. That makes sense. Oh, is it just it now? No shot.
Oh, 17. Yeah. It's exact. Is it not?
6, 12, 17? Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, okay, great recognition from Casey. That was absolutely not on my radar. And over the course of the 2 turns, absolutely gets there. A little mini pop-off clearing the Titan. GamerRVG reacting, very, very emotionally to the turn that Casey had. He had a miserable turn on the backswing trying to clear up the problem. And I think particularly something you do have to look out for in Shaman Mirrors, where if you can land a Radiance specifically as a 3/4 and have a swing turn, that 3/4 is really annoying to deal with on the other side, right? Like, Turn the Tides doesn't deal with it unless both sides go into it. Lightning Storm doesn't deal with it. A single crash doesn't deal with it. So all of a sudden, they're having to just 2-for-1 themselves just on that one card, let alone the rest of your board. So I think, again, I didn't necessarily see the exact point in time, so I got distracted by TJ trolling the broadcast by disconnecting every 5 seconds. But certainly the position that Casey fought himself into, the struggle to argue with the end result at the very least.
Yeah. To be fair, I didn't disconnect. I disconnected from Discord specifically. So I could still watch the games and be here. Literally the only thing I didn't have access to was hearing you.
Honestly, it sounds like your Hearthstone viewing experience just increased significantly.
Yeah, I was just sitting back and enjoying the match. But yeah, big win for Casey. Casey will move on to play in the top 8 tomorrow. You know what's coming. GamerRVG, going home. Going home. And the rise of the Americas continues.
I was going to say, when did you call it out? Like, after round 1, you were like, Rise of the Americas, and now, what, our qualifiers are Gabby, Pocket Train, Casey, Gyu, and one other that I can't quite recall off the top of my head right now. Yeah. It's looking like Europe business as usual, honestly, from my perspective.
Yeah. It's meaty.
Meaty, yeah, of course, thank you. Yeah.
DreadEye still got a chance. So we'll see. We'll see if DreadEye can do it to complete the rise of the Americas, because he was the one who I was referring to when I said that. But that does it for me and Sottle for now. I was going to say for the day. For the day as a pair, but for now individually. We have 3 deciders left on the day, so 3 more matches where someone's going to go home and someone's going to move on. But before we jump into those, we're going to have to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More Hearthstone to come right after this.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are getting ready to go into our next match of the day. I was going to say I'm being joined. I'm actually joining Sottle here because he's not left. How's it going so far, Sottle? We've had some pretty close matchups across the day. We've had a couple of 3-0s, of course, thrown in there as well. Some one-sided looking matchups, but overall it does feel like this is as close as it gets, really, in terms of just match after match.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've seen some really close series. I think we've seen some series decided by some pretty overt player mistakes. I think we've seen series decided just by like a lineup diff, right? Like someone's just got a bad deck in their lineup and it hasn't really got there. And we've seen some games and therefore some series just decided by luck of the draw, like the Rogue Mirror in the previous series that we just watched, right? Like there's no point trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes with that one. But I think if you have a range of all of those things happening in the same Hearthstone tournament, you're probably doing okay, right? It means that there's a lot of things for us to talk about, a lot of things for people to focus on, and I think a lot of agency and decisions being made for a lot of these players who are just about making it over the line, as Casey did in that previous series that we just looked at.
Yeah, and we take a look at the first finished group, which is Group B here, as Gyu and Casey go through. And again, we open the day, right? We open seeing all these brackets with how they started. We're saying, like, it's so stacked as it is going to be for this. It was stacked for the last Masters Tour, and no doubt the next one as well. But yeah, some great players making it out, of course. But now we're going to check out the next matchup that we are covering next, which is going to be Hemlock versus reqvam. See who's going to be joining Gabby, making it out of Group D. So both these, excuse me, both these players are bringing. It's a bit weird to say this, but hopefully you understand what I mean. Like non-standard lineups, if standard lineups or even exist right now, but. They are bringing a couple of out-there decks, most notably Hemlock with an Enrage Warrior in the lineup.
Yeah, there's an Enrage Warrior from Hemlock. There is an Outcast Demon Hunter from reqvam as well, which you can see from the background will be queued up game number 1. Outside of that, we got some Mech Rogues thrown in there from reqvam as well, and we also have a Naga Mage coming out. Yeah, Naga.
Of course, you say Naga Mage and I say Hunter. It's like, they're the decks.
The duality of Hearthstone casters. You can tell what we're excited about. The Naga Sith Mage variant as well from reqvam. We have seen, I don't know if you've seen both varieties on stream, but in the tournament there is a pure Naga mage and there are Naga Sith mages as well, alongside the rainbow mages that have been making up the majority of the mage play overall. And so far, the Naga Sith players have been bearing fruit, right? Like, I don't know how much of that you want to give credit to the deck, because the two players I'm about to reference are Gabby and Pocket Train. It might have very little to do with which decks they're playing, and quite a lot to do with the fact that they are Gabby and Pocket Train. But honestly, part of being those two people is bringing good lineups to tournaments, right? And also hitting the skill cap. I think one of the points, when players ascend to like that best player in the world level, where Gabby and Pocket Train have arguably both pushed to at various points in the last 3 or 4 years of Hearthstone, part of being there is that you get to play decks that other people don't because they can't. So they just have like a 50% win rate deck and you have a 65% win rate deck. And I think perhaps Naga Sith Mage is one of the decks that absolutely falls into that category.
And what do you think, as we take a look at this Enraged Warrior from Hemlock, what do you think the thought pattern was? What does this deck achieve in the sort of expected meta of this Masters Tour? What was going through Hemlock's mind?
So, theory number one, Hemlock is just a data monster, or a stats monster, because if you look at online data, this beats everything, genuinely.
Oh,
like,
I'm going to start queuing it now.
It's one of those decks where, like, you know, generally people who are trying to analyze the situation will look at the data that's being reported. Like, more people should be playing this because it's showing high win rates against most of the decks that people are currently playing. I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, I'm currently of the opinion that like online data tracking websites are less useful to competitive play than they ever have been, because I think the gap between like a top 1000 legend player, which is the highest kind of sample size that's being tracked on sites like that, and Gabby and Pocket Train and reqvam and Hemlock, right? Like the players that we're seeing in this tournament, I think that gap is wider than it's ever been. But certainly if you were to factor that into your decision, Enraged Warrior would be pretty high on the list of things that you might end up playing, because it does report very, very well based on that data.
Yeah, and reqvam definitely understood the assignment on the notes as just promoting his own Twitch stream, which is definitely the correct play. We take a look at Outcast Demon Hunter, and I do completely agree, just going on with the Warrior conversation a bit more, is that it's one of those decks that would be good for an old Masters Tour where there's, you know, hundreds of players to get through, right? Whereas maybe for something this narrow, you know, we'll have to see how it performs. But Outcast Demon Hunter, I have cast this deck once today, and it lasted about 5 minutes, if that, as Meati just steamrolled the matchup. This deck, this Outcast Demon Hunter, is it really just played because it just goes a little bit quicker than the decks that are trying to play for board and do some kind of big OTK combo later on?
More or less, yeah. It's kind of the spot it finds itself in, where it is able to win board very effectively against decks where winning board early between like turns 1 to 4 is largely what matters, right? But it also has the capability of just dealing damage from off board in the right sort of situation as well, right? Just by sinking Glaive Tar damage into the face and getting over the line if it's able to be forced off board in the mid game too. So I think it is very well equipped, and this is honestly, it's kind of a similar story to the Enraged Warrior, where this is a kind of an older meta deck that will naturally skirt under the radar for quite some time, right? Because people are more excited about, like, oh, let's put this Titan in this deck and build a new Titans deck and so on and so forth, right? So we figure out that Mech Rogue is good, we figure out that Rainbow Mage is good, we figure out that Nature Shaman is good. Then I think step 2 almost is, okay, now what old decks can we bring back into this rotation that makes sense in terms of matchup spread? And certainly if you are looking at a lot of the data, Enraged Warrior reports very well, and Outcast Demon Hunter reports very well. I feel like Outcast Demon Hunter always pops its head round the door at some point in most meta games. Like, hey, has everyone forgotten about me? Because you can just play 1,000,000 damage by turn 3 and then hit your opponent in the face with big weapons. Like, I see all this fancy stuff that everyone is doing, but can I interest anyone in playing your cards and going face?
It feels like one of the sort of new age, you know, like the slightly older rogue styles with, like, you know, drawing the whole deck, whether it had Garrote in it or not. It was like, feels like that, right? Where it's like, Oh no, just playing a lot of stuff for high value is just going to be good, at least to some extent. And then when you add good players on top of that, of course, it's definitely going to be something. We are going to be seeing the Demon Hunter kicking it off in game number 1 for reqvam on the bottom here. Hemlock going to be on the Mage, though. And again, this is another matchup where, yes, Mage has access to removal, but do they have enough removal early enough to stop sort of the tide coming in from this Demon Hunter? Because we saw, at least again, when I cast the Meati game of Meati playing this, it was just something, Helveria dead, right? And it's like that, Mage has the ability to clear things like that with the right opening hands, but if some of those tools come a little bit late, it's just not going to be good enough.
Yeah, I think largely Mage does spot removal, right? Like, outside of Inquisitive Creation, which is just a 2 of in the deck, you don't have to draw them. And even if you draw both, Outcast Demon Hunter can generally create more waves of board than 2 Inquisitive Creations are going to deal with, especially if they draw a Glaive Tar to stay high on resources. Outside of that, it's Flame Geyser, it's an Arcane Bolt, it's a Reverb, which isn't a particularly good card in this matchup either, right? It's these kind of one-for-one removal cards which lose efficiency when they're facing down, a discounted Wayward Sage hand that plays an outcasted security, for example. Like,
right.
What's your one Flame Geyser going to do against that, really?
And also a pretty decent deck when lined up against potentially repeat solid alibis, right? Because you are doing multi-hits as opposed to sort of, dropping a single big minion or two to then sort of just headbutt into that alibi to only deal 1. If there's a board of just a lot of different minions, then those hitting against alibi will not be as terribly impacted as it would if it was just like an 8/8, right? So that's another side benefit there. Hemlock does have access to both alibis nice and early, and the creation as well, but again, it's about getting there and being able to actually utilize that AoE in the best way, because reqvam's hand is looking pretty good for the early game. Enough pressure and enough value.
Yeah, goes Coin Sage to begin with and then holds on to the Fierce Outsider, which I do like. I imagine the Fierce Outsider is going to be like long-term held here until after the Glaive Tar, because the discount hit the Glaive Tar as well, so that can all happen very, very quickly, and you can start juicing that super quick with an outcasted Fierce Outsider into a further discount on some other card found from Illidari Studies, for example.
Yeah. Okay, gonna go for Metamorphosis for Hemlock. I was actually looking at the Animate Dead there, just be like, well, there's something on board, it's probably gonna die. Is 1 mana proc the Shadow and then just, bring something back against this deck? Okay, maybe.
The Hawkstrider draw has made this choice a little trickier, I think, because it's now not a hand where you're going to be able to chain everything from the left-hand side, right? Like, if you'd drawn another cheap card, like a 1-cost card instead of that Hawkstrider Rancher, you could say, okay, turn 3 I play Glaive Tar, then turn 4 I play my entire hand starting from the left-hand side in sequence, right? And then this Crimson Sigil Runner would end up being outcasted on the far side as well. As it is, reqvam is going to be a little bit blocked by that Hawkstrider Rancher, if, of course, he wants to choose to go Glaive Tar here, because now, looking at it the other way, glass half full, he now has the option to just make the Hawkstrider Rancher board instead of going for the Glaive Tar if he wants to go that way around.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at as well. Like, with the Sigil being held, it's like less of potential card draw and more just another thing on board, if you can afford it, for reqvam. Hemlock, again, really tricky discovers, because these are, I would say, like, you tick the box that says high value and do not tick the box that says immediately useful right now with these discovers, unless a fireball's good enough removal in some circumstances, I guess.
For a brief moment, and I think some people are still doing it, Sunwell was played in this deck. Not that I'm advocating for picking it. I think that's a terrible choice. I think putting it in your deck is a terrible choice, but it was a thing.
You're not a Sunwell enjoyer?
I'm not a Sunwell enjoyer, no. It took me a while. Sometimes this is hard to get a handle on, right? Because everyone's always like the new Yogg location you get to turn 7, right? And like everyone in chat will immediately be like, oh, auto Yogg, and every streamer's like, oh, you have to Yogg here, it's always Yogg. And you never quite know how much of that is ironic, but it turns out that a lot of the time, no, that's actually true.
Yeah.
But people do that with Sunwell as well, right? Like, oh, it's always Funwell, you have to pick Funwell. It never is. That's 100% ironic. It's never Sunwell.
The problem I've had with Sunwell is like I just never really know when to play it. It always feels like,
sure.
but I could play it now, but then I don't get this, or I could play it then, and then and it gets really weird. I end up just never playing it when I pick it, and then just sit and regret my life choices. I mean, I can see the Fireball though used as decent removal for dealing with one of the more important threats currently on the board, but still, even with this removal, there's still a lot of pressure going down. And still a lot of damage available here for reqvam.
So as we were talking Sunwell, reqvam did choose to go the make a board route, which has significantly unjuiced his Glaivetar, if there is such a thing.
Oh yeah, the old unjuicing.
Yeah. But now, question time, right? Like, if you play the Glaivetar, are you going to rip the security, knowing full well that that makes their Inquisitive Creation quite a lot better if they have it? Because on the flip side of that, if they don't have it, you are representing so much damage the following turn.
Yeah, and with the Glaivetar, how... Obviously, reqvam never wants minions to be cleared, but how upset actually are you, right? Like, if you build it and then they just play that, and you've already got the Glaivetar equipped, like, something has been achieved. But yeah, gonna go for the draw instead.
I think committing, just the Fierce Outsider here is fine.
Some nice
I think
restraint.
the reasoning behind the draw play here is, obviously you can choose to load up and draw cards with the Glaivetar, but I think reqvam wants to specifically try and draw Halvaria, right? Wanted as high a chance as possible of finding that card because it allows for every board from now on to be extremely threatening for lethal. So now he can just make this one board. This is already pretty close to threatening lethal. If this gets creationed, then he can just play the security on the following turn, and then that next board is also representing lethal quite heavily. Like, I think this is just a very powerful fear factor to have in hand with the Halvaria.
The other option was to play security and be like, but what if they don't have it?
Yeah. Underrated mindset, honestly.
Yeah. My only mindset. It's like, but what if I just win because of this?
Yeah, there's a real bell curve in Hearthstone, right? And I don't know if you remember this, of like times where like Falcone, for example, would ask me to like play some games with him and try and like improve his technical side of casting, for example. And I'd point out time and time again, Falc's #1 problem was he tries to play around everything all the time. It's just like, oh, I can't do that. What if they have this card? It's like, you're giving them credit for having 32 different cards in their hand at the same time. Like, that's not how Hearthstone works.
Too much George C. with Leroy's.
Oh, yeah. The classic.
Okay, I-Beam. Not really what reqvam was looking for in this matchup right now.
Yeah, it is more Outcast cards, though, which is nothing to be sniffed at. Like, the Fellerin draw itself is pretty fantastic with this hand, regardless of what it ends up giving.
As usual, more stuff is good.
So, tough crowd your own Fellerin, yeah? On board?
It's really tricky now, though, because like I said earlier about the alibis, like, yes, alibis will stop Hemlock getting lethaled, but if the board isn't dealt with as well, it's still chipping away. And already Hemlock's sitting at 18, and I find it difficult in this meta to cast Mage, because they have just so many random cards in hand at times. But none of this hand yells to me that Hemlock's about to turn this around, right? Like, all of this is still building blocks as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and part of that is just having double alibi creation in the opening hand for so long, right? Like, that feels great, because those are 3 of the cards that you would view as being powerful in the matchup. But you'd much rather draw your cheap minion curve and your weapon and cold case and so on in the opening turns, because then you manage to elongate the time before you need Inquisitive Creation
that's the thing,
and
right?
Alibi.
Yeah, if you had the other stuff, you wouldn't need to have Alibi in your hand in the first 3 turns of the game, right? So,
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Volcanomancy definitely going to help out, though, for Hemlock. That's going to be an extra removal, I guess.
Yeah.
Even this Fellfire not looking too bad. Oh,
And the Maxitude has
Blizzard,
indeed
nice,
been
yeah.
infinitized. Yeah, Blizzard, fantastic pickup. Any fire sales, Blizzards, anything like
Yeah.
that you can find as extra copies, usually pretty effective.
Yeah, it's one of those
Right.
tricky things for reqvam, right? This matchup is that you can't just say, okay, that's all of their AoE used, because it's kind of infinite. But yeah, reqvam going in.
Time to start dunking.
Blizzard is huge, though. And it's very tricky, because already I'm thinking, hang on a minute, this doesn't have to be Blizzard. This could be Metamorphosis with Fellfire.
Yeah, it's a pretty good alternative, honestly.
And it just, for me, because so many of them are 1/1s, it's like, you could just keep Blizzard. Blizzard's a good card, because it kills 1/1s, but also freezes things that aren't 1/1s, right? So, I just always see options to see the value of this Blizzard and think, but do you have to play it when some of the other options are still very big value?
Gets you back to Infinitize mana as well to finale that again at the end of the turn, which would have been pretty effective. I guess this still works. Yeah,
sure,
this is actually
sure, yeah.
this is a little improvement on the same plan, right? Because it uses, as I was talking about at the start of the game, in this matchup it uses a bad card, Reverb,
Yeah.
right? To do something very specific. That's the biggest minion that reqvam's going to play all game. So using the Reverb there instead of the Metamorphosis, I think is a nice little adjustment, little optimization, and then all you have to do is play the 1/2, and then you're back into that Infinitize finale that I was talking about before.
And you know me, Sol. I'm an ideas guy, but I'm not necessarily a refined ideas guy.
Mm.
So, yeah. Hemlock definitely doing it better.
Just plays it. Don't need the actual outcast effect to go off for it to count as an outcast card played.
Get those card draws going. Oh, it's up to 4. For some reason, I thought that was at 3. Oh, not bad at all. What kind of turn is this, though? Is this like just the 3 on the right here?
I grow impatient. Is it safe to feed?
Just
Yeah,
for maximum
very
value, I guess?
possibly.
Because nothing else really screamed good turn to me.
No, agreed.
Oh, okay. Better.
Go to the face.
It's a nice improvement, but now, because Hemlock was able to hold on to the Blizzard, this isn't as scary as it could have been.
Ooh, Artifice is so huge as
Yeah.
well.
Now there's just like legitimate good turns. You know, like not even not even just that he's surviving. It's like it's actually just good turns here. Because this, do you think this is worth the Infinitizers again? Because with Blizzard and Artificer?
It looks like it, right?
Yeah, it's just clean. Gives them more options to go for more AoE, right? Or more defensive tools at least.
I guess the issue is if you Infinitize, you can't ping the Sage. You'd have to throw like the Arcane Bolt at the Sage instead, which Arcane Bolt is a very valuable tool to have.
Is it more valuable than another spell though?
True.
Oh, kind of creation. Okay. Guess this is the tempo option, right? Of like actually just have a minion on board, and I guess that Hemlock isn't really fearing any burst, so doesn't necessarily need the Artificer down right now.
Life sentence over a third alibi as well. I would like personally. I'd be almost more tempted to take a Poly Jelly than the life sentence in that position, just to
Sure.
try and get some cheeky counter lethals going back the other way.
I do think I agree with the not Alibi though. I think Alibi was a third choice for me.
I grow
Yeah.
impatient.
And now reqvam. Probably getting a little bit frustrated that there's been more clears than he would have liked to have seen in this matchup. And now even though he's got plenty of health, the fact that we can see at least that there's still a blizzard, there's still obviously what's turned out to be a spell a turn from Infinite. So there's still options for Hemlock, and that Artificer is going to make things a lot more awkward.
Yeah, I can't help but feel the Artificer turn is going to be absolutely backbreaking when it comes down here. Because Hemlock greeding, and by Hemlock greeding, he's kind of just increasing the total amount of armor that he's going to be able to generate with the Artificer, right? By being able to squeeze more and more in.
Yeah, suddenly the remove as well. That's what, 8 armor if he wants it this turn.
Yep.
You know, if he needs to do it right now.
Oh, and now Cold Case has entered the chat.
Ooh. A little bit off being able to do, like, I don't know, Artificer Cold Case meta with a ping as well, with 2 pings technically. Is it time to just use the Blizzard? I can't see another decent way to clear up the board, and I think Hemlock should probably stop being greedy at 14 health. If the board can't be cleared, of course.
Yeah, unless you want to play Alibi, you're going to have to clear, right? Because these are rush minions on the other side. Therefore, they murder you if you leave them up because of Halvaria.
What's the follow-up with Alibi? So I'm trying to work out, okay, so going for the Artificer now, okay, sure. When you use, like, Alibi, well, what's the follow-up? Maybe Cold Case. Well, if you're Cold Casing, do you want to use the Artificer? But then you're not Artificer with Blizzard. And, you know, you always start to work out, well, hang on a minute, what is that maximum armor that's achievable?
I almost wondered whether that 1/1 was going to get life sentenced at the end of that all. Like,
be gone.
Yeah, because either way, you spend the 3 and you get the 3 armor, right? But I think doing it on Metamorphosis, particularly because this is just a Hawkstrider, right? It doesn't have Rush. It's not a particularly scary minion by that regard.
Yeah, and also just locks up a pretty much kill any minion next turn with the ping, right, from the meta now. Next turn, so not a bad setup whatsoever.
But all of a sudden, reqvam has built a brand new board and still has a hand entirely full of cards.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, oh, you know, the cards generated, they're not mind-blowing, are they? But they don't need to be, do they?
Nope.
They just need to be minion. They just need to be cards that, like, sit on board and cause Hemlock headaches. Because now the Blizzard's gone, we're back in the danger zone, I would say.
Yep. 12 cards drawn from the opponent, 1 creation used already, and 1 generated answer used already. You know that there is, I believe, 1 total generated card in hand that could be something else that causes you a problem, and outside of that, really, in the entire rest of their deck, there is 1 Inquisitive creation that you're worried about, and then the solid alibis, which are annoying as well.
The latest love everlasting to the party.
Oh my god, I mean, I feel like, I know TJ and I were talking about going to jail a lot in the previous series, but I feel like if you get offered Love Everlasting in this deck and you don't take it, that is a directly to jail situation. Oh, sorry, yeah, you just generate random nature spells and then one of them is 6 roses. Yeah, my bad. It's Rose's birthday soon, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be tuning into that stream if it happens.
It certainly is. It's 2 days. 2 days this year.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, it makes sense that a classy character has a birthday on the cool birthday month. Made days before a certain other cool person's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
reqvam does get to just fill this board up once again. Obviously frustrating to see the little otters come out to play. But now with 4 cards in the deck, Hemlock's seen the light at the end of the tunnel, I imagine, right? With this hand.
Oh, yes.
Artificer, double Cold Case, double Alibi, because now suddenly Alibi's back to being, like, good again, sort of, right? Because, well, now there's 21 health as opposed to 14, so that's definitely less of a percentage chunk you're going to take through the Alibi.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, those two alibis that you just haven't played the entire game and have been stuck as dead cards in your hand are just two things that you can play while you wait for your opponent to die to fatigue, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's getting to
Let's
that
race!
point. Yeah.
And if this game goes Hemlock's way, I think you'd be very happy as that being a start to the series, because this feels like a matchup you would much rather avoid. At least, in my personal opinion, as you know, if I was the mage.
I don't know. I'm not so sure. It's not something that I've played a whole bunch.
Yeah.
But honestly, I
just
yes,
feel like, yes, that you generate a lot of stuff, but like that Blizzard was very clutch, right? Like that helped a lot. Yes, the alibis have been there, but would the alibis have actually done much? And yeah, there's the concede. reqvam is done for this game.
Yeah, no, I do wonder about it, because I think if you do get the very minion-based start, right? Like if you have reqvam start and your opponent misses on Inquisitive creation, like they just don't have it by turn 6, which happens a reasonable percentage of the time, then yeah, you're gonna put them down to 8 health or so by the time you get there. But at the same time, like if the mage just draws keyboard and plays keyboard on 2, don't you just get out-tempoed anyway? Like, don't they just get more stuff on board quicker than you at that point anyway? I don't know. I'd have to see it play out more often.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that, and maybe I've got slightly biased based on like obviously my play, but I'm thinking of like if you look at the turns 3 and 4 that reqvam had just in that one game, right? That's so we're going off this one game we've seen. If you look at those turns 3 and 4, like would the rush minions not just outpace like the keyboard?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fellfire was huge as well.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's all very fair. I think looking at that board, right? So in my example, that's a turn where you'd have a weapon equipped and you'd be playing Cold Case, right? Which doesn't answer any of the Hawkstrider or minions on the other side of the board, and they just... So yeah, maybe I am overstating just how quickly Mage can get on board if they do get weapon, and certainly the addition of a nice little Unleash Fell to the hand was very, very clutch. But at the same time, I think Mage gets a bad rap for the random generation, right? It's like, you can play basically any card in Hearthstone, and your opponent's like, oh, there's the one card that beat me. And like, no, I do get to see 3 options on most of these random cards that are ending up in my hand. There's a lot of good cards in Hearthstone these days.
And that's it. And that's kind of what I meant, where it was more like you would not want that matchup as the mage, right? Or at least I wouldn't. As opposed to, it's not a terrible matchup, but you would prefer some of the others, maybe. And speaking of the matchups...
Well, I think, just very quickly before we move on, though, I do think...
Very quickly, you're wrong, actually. I've just decided.
Very quickly, just so I have the last word on this matter. The reason I think this debate is happening is because Mage is one of those decks, right? Like, I talked about it earlier, where if on stat tracking, it kind of reports as a deck that's 49% against everything, and in the hands of a top player, it's the kind of deck that's 53% against everything, right? Like, it doesn't really have blowout good and bad matchups, because it's just a Swiss Army knife of a deck.
Sure.
And I think in the hands of good players, they just feel ever so slightly favoured in most matchups with the deck, and in the hand of mediocre players, it's kind of just a 50% kind of deck in most scenarios. So, I think debates like that are just a natural byproduct of where the matchup spread is placed for Mage in particular.
And just one more thing on that. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
We are going to go into Game 2, though, now, and Hemlock is going to be jumping on the Warrior. I'm excited to see this, because I imagine, like yourself, I have not ran into tons of Warrior in the past week. Like, in the preparation for this tournament, I've not seen it that much on ladder. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what Hemlock can get done with this.
Yeah, I didn't see any for the first week or so of the expansion, but then as I dipped back into stuff this week, specifically in preparation for this tournament, I came up against it a handful of times. Like, it was a deck that existed that I wrote down that people were playing at, like, reasonably
you're not shocked
high ranks.
to see it.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, it kind of does just fit that timeline of like, oh, okay, well, you know, we've had our fun with the new cards. Now, what happens if we just put Speaker Stomper in old decks? Right? What are we cooking with then? You know?
Well, reqvam's cooking with a very good opening hand to deal with a deck like this warrior. The Piranha's already there, weapons equipped, and there's options after that as well, with the Titan sat and ready to go. And the Titan, I feel like, obviously the draw 3 overload is just always a staple good choice, but the other two picks in this matchup I do feel are strong, right? There's options to kill a big thing, and there's options to do the AoE of if there's a lot of small things, and those two things are what this warrior kind of does.
Yeah, I will say, like, day one, people were kind of messing with some Black Rock and Roll warriors, right, for the first couple of days of the expansion. I have never used Deal 20 more often than I have in those, like, first couple of days playing the deck. Since then, Deal 20 has not been quite as effective overall, but, you know, certainly it is a tool that you can put together. But I think largely, your goal in this matchup as Shaman is to end the game before their 17-17 Grom or Primordia hits the board, right? Like, ideally, you want to get there first.
It's looking good so far. Feral Spirit available for reqvam. Could even drop another fish behind the taunts, right? Just to push a little bit extra damage. Because again, I mean, I know I've spoken to you about this deck as Shaman deck overall, but even though, like, oh, well, you know, the fish could be spell damage later. It's like, yeah, it could just be face damage now, though. And that's how I think about so many of the cards in this deck.
No, like, I feel you. I think in this specific matchup, though, because of the threat of Jam Session on the other side, even if they don't end up getting used as spell damage, like, genuinely, I can probably count the amount of times I've played 3 fish and bioluminescence on a lethal turn on one hand, and I have played hundreds of games of combo shaman, right? And won most of them. But still, they're not just pure dump them on the board and be aggressive tools, right? Particularly against decks that can fight you on board quite effectively, like Warrior is capable of doing. Sometimes you would rather have them as rush minions to be able to clear things from hand, right? Because, you know, you can look at it as, you know, 2 piranhas or 3, let's say 3 piranhas, right? Does a very similar amount of damage to turn the tides without overloading you, which on certain turns can be incredibly crucial, right? Like, if you want to clear something on turn 5, you'd much rather use piranhas to do that than turn the tides to do that, because you want to slam Titan on 6, so you don't want to be overloaded, right? So having access to those as a removal tool is very, very premium, particularly when your opponent does have super clutch, like, small damage AoE cards they can throw out, like Jam Session.
Yeah, it's the old saying, isn't it? Piranha in the hand is worth 2 on the board.
That's right, yeah. Like, right now, these fish are extremely nice to be able to deal with old Thori Balori over there.
Yeah, I was still looking at just turn the tides as well. Again, it will overload into Titan, which is the biggest problem.
I just don't want to do that. You can't make me.
Yeah, I can't make you because you're not playing the game. So yeah, accurate statement. But yeah, the Piranhas are going to be coming in clutch. And I think that's the real strength, and like why I'm guessing most people would agree that the Shaman Titan is the overall best, is that it is just an all-rounder. It's like, oh, there's nothing to AoE, I'll just draw 3 cards instead, right? It's like you have that option of just saying, oh, well, if there's nothing active for it to do on board, it has the best option to do, which is draw.
I'm trying to work out if that's true. I hadn't really thought about it.
Thought about what?
Whether the Shaman Titan is the best one. I guess it is, yeah.
It is the most, like, I think the Shaman and Hunter are the most just playable Titans, if that... They feel very active every single time. It's not like
universally agreed upon a generic good card, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like... There are certain ones where... You know, the Mage one, right? Like, you don't just play that on curve all the time, right? There can be timings for it, so to speak. Whereas I feel this one and the Hunter Agrima is like, you do want to be playing those on curve because they're just always good.
And specifically in Shaman, there's matchups where like you will keep it and then plan your entire early game behind.
Yeah.
I want to play this Titan on 6, right? Which I think
it's
is
because it's
is
never a
pretty rare
bad
for the
out.
others.
You can AoE and heal, or you can draw cards. Oh, both of those things are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Jam Session now. Gonna help clear up a lot of this.
Yep, Jam Session and the Champion here, which is the other method of small AoE that I didn't refer to specifically previously. And I think, again, smart recognition, right? It was you and I casting again, right? Which, sorry, you and me casting. I very rarely make that mistake in
I
that
think it was
direction.
I and you.
I and you casting, yeah, thank you. Which, was it Gabby,
Gabby
right?
with
Who just loaded...
Torpia.
Yeah, exactly. Loads the big minions into the Titan turn specifically. So it's like, okay, you didn't overload. You kind of played a slightly strange-looking turn where you dumped all the cards that didn't say overload on them from your hand. That smells a lot like Titan to me. Well, if you want to play Titan here, you're going to have to pay 10 for the privilege.
That is not something I imagine reqvam wants to do. Oh, there is, of course, the side benefit as well, or the extra benefit of it isn't just the Titan, right? You do get a spell on top of this, which is, again, just another reason why I think the Shaman Titan's just overall the best.
Yeah, it's just slightly irritating, honestly, that there's no Flash of Lightning in hand, right? Because if you showed me a Flash there, I would quite happily slam the Titan, press draw 3, and then play Flash as my free card, and say, have your 10. I honestly could not care less about your 10 damage, because I intend to kill you next turn. Without that, little trickier overall.
I do like this, though, because it still needs to be dealt with. It's effectively cleared the board, and there's still some burst potential in reqvam's hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the draw 3 next turn, right? You can still just, if it lives, try and set it up next turn. But it's a big if a lot of the time.
For sure, yeah. Still lacking a couple of crucial card draw pieces, really, to be able to tie this together. Didn't draw off the Titan, of course, as discussed. And then, honestly, like Mr. Worldwide would probably be the draw here to go with this hand, just to maybe tutor out a Flash or an Ancestral Knowledge, something like that.
Yep. Coin going to be thrown out.
Are there any rifts in the bin? Does this actually do anything?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
Still, though, decent board here for Hemlock. Didn't manage to get rid of the Titan, so no true... Because I think it'll be fair to say that Hemlock would imagine they were very dead if that Titan did not die that turn, right? Because that draw 3 overload go is a little bit scary. So being able to clear that up as well as producing a board, or a significant board as well. So not bad at all. But 15 is by no means safe, Titan or not.
Here! Oh.
Is it? Is it altered here?
Unclear. Had 2 lethal outs though, right? Bolt or Crash were both lethal off this second discovery.
Oh yeah, because it'll get cheap enough, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you
either goes Bolt, and then the Crash that is in hand costs 1, or you would go... Wait, no, so if you got second Crash here, you'd play 1 Bolt, you'd then have to pay 2 for this Crash, and then the new Crash that you discovered would still cost 1, so that way around doesn't work, actually.
So close, but maybe so far. Hemlock needs to do something big here. And the problem here as well for Hemlock is the Stomper doesn't... Maybe it does with the Overload. Stomper doesn't really feel like it does much, right? Because it's like 1 spell away from a good time for reqvam.
I mean,
maybe it does
it's
enough
stopped.
with the overload.
Yeah, you can draw Crash or Discover into Crash off the top, right, and have ways of doing that. So,
So is this like Stomper, Hero Power, and then Rev?
Oh, it's such a low tempo turn, though, isn't it?
So full of sin.
Not pressing. Okay, not going to bother with the Stomper.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to work out. I was like, well,
past, yeah.
you have to press Hero Power, right? So.
Because you know, right, like, if there were a 3 damage spell in hand, right, like a Bolt or an Overdraft or something like that, you died on the previous turn,
Yeah.
right? So you know one of the cards you're currently being held is not a source of 3 damage. Therefore, your opponent would have to draw multiple copies of 3 damage in the same turn to be able to kill you from this position.
I guess now.
I think it's fine.
Speaking of which. And now the Stomper's there as a backup next turn, right? To try and solidify the board.
So how do you do this?
Yeah, just kill the 1/4. And then school.
Yeah, awkward. You see Overdraft off that Discover and you're like, oh yeah, I'm so overloaded. Overdraft is the nuts. It's like it's 1 more damage than a Lightning Bolt would have been. You know?
Do you like the totem over just using the mana on to get the schooling out of the way?
I think so, because it currently lives on board. Right, and you're in the weird niche scenario where you're trying to have things to stick. I guess. Like,
I was wondering if you drew bioluminescence, right, and you've already spent 1 mana on creating the fish first. Does that change anything?
Yeah, that's the argument, right? Because
Yeah.
this way you've already spent 2 mana on having a minion on board already, right? Which could potentially live based on what you're looking at on the other side. And it costs you 2 mana to get your first minion in play
Yes.
from the schooling as well, right? So it's quite similar either way.
I guess as well there's like options for taunt, right, which would then defend you 3/1 potentially.
True. Yep. Weirdly, of course, like, you could make the argument of, like, well, you hold on to schooling because it's just another nature spell you can cast to get discounts. But no, it isn't for some
Yeah,
reason.
because you spend them. Because you spend it anyway. Yeah.
No, I mean, it literally just isn't a nature spell.
Oh, right,
Like,
sure. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking
the
of the
spell
reason
that-
of where you spend the mana, which reduces the same amount, so it doesn't
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
change
yeah.
anything. But yeah, you're right. It's not even a nature spell.
It would be nonsense anyway. You're
Yes,
correct, but
yeah.
yeah, it's just that weird position where it's like the spell that summons a bunch of fish to your side does not have anything to do with nature. Apparently, It
fish
just
aren't nature.
Strikes me a bit.
Has
Fish are
Rexar
friends,
ever had a
not
fish
food.
minion?
I don't know.
Think about
you
it.
tell me.
Don't think so. Not that I can recall.
Wait, when did Rexar become the arbiter of nature? I'm very confused.
Got all the other animals. Their
Look at
nature.
all the other animals.
Yes, he has all them. Don't
Okay.
remember a fish.
Okay. Isn't Leoka fish? No.
No, it's so cheap.
It's a wyvern, I know.
Wyvern.
Aren't they both acceptable? I don't.
Yeah, I thought that about a certain class in Hearthstone as well, but still, 8-9 years later, people don't accept it.
Just say shaman like a normal person. That's all it takes.
No, I think viewers would be upset if that happened.
Yeah, maybe.
And this is not looking great for reqvam suddenly, is it? So it's at 14 if the trade happens, but now Ramori is there. So
It's enough,
yeah, I was
22
gonna say
at
that is
least.
plenty, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, okay, Hemlock getting the win with the Warrior, getting it done. And looking pretty good. Both games now have been so close, right? Like, reqvam in game 1 with the Outcast Demon Hunter was pretty much just one stuck board away from just obliterating Hemlock with Haveria. And then in this one, 3 damage off? And there were lethal outs on that turn that reqvam went for, missed, and then Hemlock managed to stabilize, reverse the pressure, bang, 2-0 so far. This could be a surprising 3-0, but made up of very close games so far.
Yeah, and I think absolutely right to go for it in the position he did, right? Because recognize there were lethal outs there with double lightning bolt discover. I'm not sure if there are other combinations that did it. That may have been the only one, which does make it, quite a low percentage out. There's 12 total nature spells that you can discover. There are 13 in total, but you can't hit another copy of lightning reflexes from lightning reflexes, making it 12. So hitting lightning bolt twice in a row, if that is the specific out, is quite unlikely. But at the same time, the hand had bricked at that point.
Yeah, what were you waiting for, right? Yeah.
There was no ancestral knowledge. There was no flow rider. Like, what were you supposed to do? So you open the lightning reflexes because sometimes you hit flash of lightning, right? And then you just play that as your card draw to try and start cycling through at that point and get the hand going.
And the problem is, the turn after, if you wait, well, yeah, you've got one more card, but they've probably got more armor. Because they know that they don't want to drop health, right? It's not like a surprise. Oh, this shaman, I didn't expect them to burst me, right? Like, it's what the deck does. So yeah, I think it was just it was a good effort from reqvam. I think the attempt was 100% correct. It does mean now Hemlock just has Hunter left, and it is going to be the sort of Beast Hunter, and not the Arcane Hunter that we've been seeing. I don't know actually. Is it 50-50? What is it? Oh, sorry, it's nowhere near 50-50. I happen to be looking at the part of the deck lists that just has Beast Hunters on. But yeah, 8 Arcane Hunters and 3 Beast Hunters, I believe. So definitely the lesser brought archetype. But I do think both decks, and it's something that obviously I'm enjoying about the meta, is both decks have merit. I don't think one is just strictly way better than the other. They do just play differently and attempt different things. So I'm looking forward to seeing this one, because I think I've only cast Arcane Hunter today.
Yeah, same. I think so. Gabby is playing 40 Hunter, and except I think it may have been banned in the Gabby series that we saw.
Yeah, Gabby, Hemlock, and Guiou, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Bear in mind, 2 of those players have already qualified.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
and I think 40 Hunter is a deck that doesn't necessarily get a great deal of respect from top players, right? Like, Brave, you know this feeling, right? When there is a Hunter deck that just spends mana
just
on
trashes.
Minions.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like,
including you.
Including me, absolutely. Yeah. Like, for some reason, like, outright aggro face hunter. Like, I imagine Arcane Hunter gets more respect as, like, a skill cap deck than this deck does, right, from top players. There's something about just outright going face and weaving in damage that, players respect as a thing that takes skill to do, whereas spend mana on beasts, hit opponent in head when board is stuck hunter, that tends to be disregarded by top players a lot.
The community just doesn't respect honest, honourable work. Right, that's the problem. It's like, look, I'm just going to play some beasts and I'm going to get you. Right, what's wrong with that? That's a very simple, honest plan.
Yeah,
people hate
I'm just gonna summon my fish and then we're all gonna march towards your face.
Honestly, keep
Wait,
an
no,
eye
that's
out.
reqvam.
You will not see a fish in this deck from Hemlock. I'm just telling you. I don't think there is one.
Noted to message the design team. Make sure the fish gets snuck into Hunter in the next set.
Well, I've already could tell you what the design could be.
Go on.
A 4/2 charging puffer fish called Puffer. There you go. Free design, Blizzard. What more do you want from me?
Big fan.
Yep. I'm still waiting for my placeholder. That's the best design I've ever thought of.
Mm-hmm. Wait, improvement. You're the ideas guy. I'm iterating on the idea, right? So it's literally just a 3 mana minion that is a 4/2 with charge, but it's called Always Puffer.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
And then that's it as well. You could add the placeholder as a hunter card, and that's another fish card.
The placeholder.
Yeah.
I've forgotten about the
Yeah,
placeholder.
it's just a guy holding a place.
Just a guy holding a fish. Yeah, the
Yeah.
placeholder.
Again, I'm full of them. If you guys at Blizzard know me, we've met. Just send me an email. I'll send you all my ideas.
We've met.
Me and Blizzard, we've met.
And that right there is the problem. They have indeed met you.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, well, moving on. Fish are making waves here, but not in the way Hemlock wants, as this board is pretty much cleared up by the piranhas. So though, plenty more threats available from Hemlock.
Must remember, there's a secret in play.
Yeah, we got earlier, didn't we?
We did, yeah. We
got big time, yeah. But now the ultimate play.
Coin Inza.
Yeah, this is one
Does feel good.
as literally anyone not being exactly the player coining Inza you do not want to see. Because you're like, oh,
Yep.
my opponent's burn cards are all cheaper now.
Hey, at the very least, you got a 3/3 with charge out of it, and you're shipping 5 damage face already.
Yeah.
It's not a bad spot to be in. Honestly, it's kind of a good-looking stomper.
I was looking at star power, but the more I looked at the hand, I was like, wait, why spend mana killing it when you can spend mana killing your opponent? It's like Stomper Banana Go.
Why kill minion when go face do trick?
Yeah, exactly.
So let's actually evaluate this, right? Like, instead of killing a 5/5, you add a 4/4 and a banana to the board, right? So you're adding a 5/5 to the board and you're leaving a 5/5 up. Your payoff for that is your opponent pretty much gets to do nothing on the following turn, right? In the ideal scenario where they don't have specific things in hand. They haven't opened a schooling, which is always one thing to look at, right? If they've just played a schooling and held the fish in hand, suddenly your Speaker Stomper gets less good.
Yeah, and it's not like they can Titan next turn to clear.
Yep, true. This is very similar though, right? It's along the same lines. It's kind of letting them play the turn, but it puts, about 5 damage worth of stuff in play and leaves the 5/5 up.
Yeah,
Which
the only
is a trade
strange
deal I'm willing to make.
The only weird thing is Stomper next turn then does play into Titan turn, right? Which is the only off timing thing. But there are other options. There's star power here, banana next turn potentially. There's obviously the card they're going to draw, but it's just that Stomper timing then is a little bit off. But no AOE.
There's AoE. You can 0-mana bolt crash if you want to, right? That close the board.
Oh, but that bolt could go face. Personally, I don't play as if Lightning Bolt can target minions. But yes,
I mean,
seriously, there is a clear, yes.
So you have the Thorim in your hand, right? So one of the things you do have to look out for with hands like this are... So you've just played a flash, right? So you can think about next turn, just dumping your entire hand come hell or high water,
and
right?
Then
You open your lightning reflexes, you play your lightning bolts, you play like a feral spirits or something from the lightning reflexes, and then you go from there.
Yeah.
And then if it whiffs, then you have the Thorin the next turn to refill your hand and draw a whole bunch of cards. As it stands, Hemlock's 1-2 punch has worked out perfectly here, right? Yeah, you can see it. reqvam just saying it over and over. Stomper, give me the Stomper. Come on, I know you've got it. Stomp on me. I'm afraid, yeah, you are absolutely getting stomped on, my friend.
Yeah, I am so surprised that reqvam was okay just getting absolutely smacked this turn.
I mean, if there's no Stomper in hand,
right?
The way reqvam has played this, if in his 2 discovers from lightning reflexes, he finds a bioluminescence, this is lethal pretty often. And if it isn't, then he can make the play I was describing before, right? Where the board gets cleared, he might be still hanging around with maybe 5 to 8 health, right, at the end of it all, potentially. And then he can use the Thorim to reload. So it just takes the risk. Exactly. Yeah, reqvam knows he went all in against no Speaker Stomper, and if Speaker Stomper is there, he loses the game. That's the decision he made. He has to be okay with his choices. He does not currently look like a man that is okay with his choices, but it's where he's going to have to live because it's the choice he made this game.
And there's just nothing he can do about it now.
That's still not true, though, is it?
I don't know. Okay. I see a turn that can be played now and not strictly die, but it feels like reqvam's dead.
Yeah?
That was a surprising pitch, Sol.
I don't know. I felt like this game was still kind of low-key winnable.
What?
Well, okay, let me just deal with what reqvam's actually doing. And then I'll go back to where my head was at.
This is all I'm going to say. This is going to be Hemlock's draw next turn.
Okay, sure. Sorry, I've done that thing, I'm terrible at this, where I've immediately now deleted the board state from my brain. But, theoretically, a legal Hearthstone play on that turn was bolt one 4 health minion, bolt another 4 health minion, play Crash of Thunder to clear the board, right? Like, that worked.
Yes.
You can also do that with Radiance, because Radiance costs 3, and Radiance is discounting 3 nature spells on that turn. Right?
Yes, I want to say yes, but I'm also losing my mental grip on the board state.
Sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, we're doing weird hypothetical things. If that is all accurate, you then clear the board, you have a 3-4 and a 0-2 stuck against a 2 or 3 card hunter on the other side that could potentially be doing nothing. And you have the Thorim to be able to draw cards afterwards. You are then 100% reliant on exactly your second copy of Lightning Reflexes finding you the cards that you eventually need to kill your opponent with because you've spent all of the other cards that kill your opponent.
Yeah.
So maybe with that in mind, reqvam's line of just looking for zaps specifically from the Lightning Reflexes was a better way of going.
Yeah.
Because you can see as well, like reqvam missed. He hit one zap and then missed on the other one, and he's still in a position where he didn't necessarily die immediately, right? Which is something at the very least.
This probably is going to be all of the overload and unlock, right? I imagine this turn. Because on 1 health, now is not the time to be greedy.
Yeah, now you have to either miraculously kill your opponent or discover Altered Chord.
Oh. So there will be enough mana altered.
Doesn't hit it. Needed Lightning Reflexes. Yes, that was good ordering, right? He needed to hold on to that one bolt to overload again after the unlock happened to then be able to, A, go fishing with the Flow Rider, and then B, actually be overloaded for the discount when he eventually discovered the Altered Chord.
Yeah,
So,
smart choices from reqvam. Not a surprise coming from a player of his caliber, but unfortunately this match was not it. And Hemlock just strides to victory with a 3-0 win. The last game, not quite as on a knife's edge as the previous two, but yeah, really, really good victory there for Hemlock. And the lineup getting it done. Sol, the XL, sort of the Beast Hunter getting work done, the Enrage Warrior getting the work done, and obviously, yes, the Mage, pretty common deck, but just about holding on versus that Outcast Demon Hunter. So even though score-wise, one-sided series, I think a very exciting series for the future of this tournament, because Hemlock is now looking good to move on to tomorrow, and we're going to see more Enrage Warrior, more of this Beast Hunter, and see how that's going.
Yeah, it breaks up some of the Europe dominance as well, which, you know, for the sake of variety is worth seeing. So, yeah, I think good series overall. Obviously, bad if you're a reqvam fan. I think the last time I got to cast reqvam in tournament, he put in an incredible performance. I was super impressed with him. I was really glowing about the way he played afterwards. I don't think that was much different in terms of the decisions he actually made on the board. It's just sometimes things pan out that way. It was some weird matchups and some kind of very interesting niche draws in those matchups as well on the other side. And I think when you put in all of this work and you get to this point and then you look at a board state and you evaluate, my best plan here is just to go all in and say my opponent doesn't have Speaker Stomper, and then they have the Speaker Stomper.
It's
like,
just...
that's such a heartbreaker to run into after the long, winding road it takes to get to this point. But sometimes that is the life of a professional card game player, and here we are.
It is what it is. We do still have some more matches coming up for you before we close out the day a little bit later on, but for now we're going to jump to a quick break while we set up the next one. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. We are starting to wind down to our last few matches for the day. And to bring you our second to last match is myself, Dawn, and joined by Lorinda. How you doing? How you feeling going into this almost last match?
Almost last match, still hyped up, still riding the adrenaline of the Masters Tour, and there's still plenty to go. I think it's helped a little bit by the fact this meta has been significantly faster, I think, than I had expected. There was a lot of debate. Would it be really slow? Would it be really fast? It's not really fast. Of course, Mage is a deck, but it's been pretty quick today, and that always helps keep it rolling through the day. I can't wait to see this one.
Yeah, and there has been several 3-0 matches as well that we've seen on stream throughout the day as well. So that certainly can contribute. And one of those that we just saw was that Hemlock versus reqvam match. Previously, we did see Hemlock taking that 3-0 over reqvam, so Hemlock going to be joining that top 8 for tomorrow.
Yeah, good to see Hemlock on cam as well. One of those players that we see from the other side a lot from like the regular streamers like Banterface in particular, but we don't get to see him play much, so good to see him going through. Group C, though, we're going to concentrate on now. Pocket Train racing through there on the tracks out of the station or something. I don't know how that went in the end. We got there, me and TJ. We checked the VODs. But now it's going to be DreadEye and NAGON for the other slot from Group C. DreadEye, the American hope. We're hoping, as American casters, Dawn, me, you and TJ, the Americans, we're hoping
That's right.
for an American victory. Us neutral casters. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, totally neutral, no bias whatsoever. But yeah, we are interested to see if it is going to be the Americas player going through. But yeah, we are going to be seeing this. And not only are we going to be seeing them play some similar decks, it looks like the first match actually might be a rogue mirror match. But we have to talk about these players a little bit and talk about some of these decks that they're bringing. Lorinda, walk us through what these players have.
Right, so NAGON, who, worth noting, Tansoku, who's playing in the final game of the day, final match of the day later, has got the same lineup. So you get to see it twice in a row. NAGON has brought the Warlock, which is going to be interesting, the Thaddeus lock that everybody loves, including me. The Mech Rogue, the Mage, and the Treant Druid. So he's going to be bringing that, so is Tansoku later. But DreadEye, as you see here, with the Outcast, the Rainbow Mage, the Mech Rogue, and the Secret Hunter, the Arcane Hunter, as I prefer to call it personally, but I'm a fussy old man, so who cares? DreadEye has gone from strength to strength, I feel, Dawn, since his Grandmaster's appearance. I think he's a much more rounded player now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's had wonderful success in previous tournaments, and so far looking pretty good if he can get through this match and make it to day 2 for our tournament this weekend. Here is DreadEye's Mech Rogue that we will be seeing in game number 1. And one thing that I want to point out in this deck list specifically is this double Scourge Illusionist and double Mothership. Really haven't seen that in a lot of the other Mech Rogues.
Yeah, interesting. It's a way of making sure you keep mechs on the board, which is a thing. They tend to favour the 8-drop, don't they? Or the 7-drop that makes the 8-drop, which I can never remember the name of. Colossal 8-drop maker, man. Magnetic person. That's what it's called. But yeah, Mothership a little bit cheaper, so you can actually cast it if you draw it at some point, which seems like a sensible move. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one pans out for him. So far, obviously, both these players are 1-1, so it's panning out kind of 50-50-ish by the sounds of it.
Yeah, And as you mentioned, NAGON on the other side there, getting ready for this series with that. I don't know. I almost want to just call it like this Japanese lineup because, as you mentioned, both of our Japanese players have brought this lineup here that you see on screen. That Drum Druid, the Rainbow Mage, that Thaddeus Warlock, and Mech Rogue. And we did get to see one of these Warlocks earlier, which built up a big board of stats. Is it going to be able to do it again with things like that Slime and Forged Wills?
I mean, the answer is yes, because it does it every time. It has never failed in the history of Hearthstone just to do that thing. Turn 3 Forge, turn 4 make 2 7/7s, turn 5 Slime, turn 6 15 Thaddeus's. It's the same every game. That's how it works. Some of that isn't even possible, but you know, it still happens anyway. I'm not bitter.
That's
this
right.
deck has not hurt me.
No, yeah, I couldn't tell. Couldn't tell at all. Absolutely not the reason I asked you that question, of course. not to prod you a little bit there. Yeah, well, okay. So overall, the matchup here, how do you feel about these? In this matchup, we did see the Outcast Demon Hunter being banned from DreadEye's lineup, and the Rainbow Mage is banned on the other side. So how do you feel going into some of these matchups? Do you think that DreadEye's 3 remaining decks outside of that Outcast DH are going to be able to kind of go fast enough, be able to kind of get underneath things like this Warlock?
So just looking now, yeah, it looks like the DreadEye's Rogue is really well placed, and NAGON's Rogue is kind of badly placed. So maybe the Rogue Mirror, if NAGON can snatch that, would be a pivotal thing. We're going straight into that Rogue Mirror now. If he loses that Rogue Mirror, it's not all over. These are numbers that are sort of 60-40s and 55-45s. It's not like, oh no, they're all 80-20s. Right. But if I think if NAGON loses this Rogue Mirror, he is in a really tough spot to get out of this matchup. So it could be a very important game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe not as important for this game number 1 in Conquest as it might be in something like Last Hero Standing. But, you know, in Conquest, you're going to have to get a win with each of the 3 decks anyways. So even if they win game number 1, they're going to have to get a win with the Rogue at some point during the series. So we see them.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, though. I feel that DreadEye's Rogue will get a win in this series, whereas NAGON's might struggle just a touch. So, because of the way the bans have worked out, just looking at my little graph that I do each game. So, if NAGON does lose it, his Rogue might sort of get stuck in the mud a bit. That's why I think it's important. But you are right. Like, it's not a big deal. He does get a chance of getting out there, even so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we did see the mulligan there, and they both do end up getting a 1-drop or multiple 1-drops in the beginning here. So, at least they kind of have that initial bit of burst damage to be able to get on board. The frequency oscillators here for DreadEye are also very interesting, leading into getting these potential bigger mechs slightly earlier, like this Memoron. And this is kind of interesting here as well. Does DreadEye want to go ahead and just play that second frequency oscillator and then follow up with that Memoron next turn? If he does, it's kind of dumping almost everything from hand already.
I think he's planning, what do I want to do with this mothership? So when do I want to play the second oscillator? Do I want to play Memoron and oscillator next turn? Or do I want to maybe even dagger next turn and set up a turn 4 mothership with the coin? So that's what that was about. But yeah, get stuff on the board, have more things than your opponent has things when you're the Rogue versus the Rogue. And eventually, if one of your things sticks and one of theirs doesn't, then you make big thing, win game.
Yeah, that has definitely kind of been the story in some of these games, for sure. That the Memoron, I just think, is going to be so strong here, and being able to use this Bone Spike to clear something up, be able to get this Memoron out, and now the Coppertail Snoop coming into hand as well, going to be able to add an additional coin to get that mothership down a little bit earlier as well, if there's not really something beneficial in next turn's draw.
Yeah. This sticking is... It's hard to say it's game winning, but it's so game defining. It's absolutely huge. Just sticking one of these on the board.
Yeah.
With those 2 5 stats. Ouch.
NAGON probably trying to hope for some sort of poison magnetic there, just to be able to start clearing off the opponent's minions, but Unfortunately not there. So DreadEye going to be able to start this snowball, this cascade. And if there is not an answer from the other side, it could be absolutely game winning.
Yeah, it's just... Does it stick? I think it just stays there. 4, 5, 6. Maybe not.
Yeah. Maybe there is rush, so if there's enough magnetic stats, it could get cleared. DreadEye, I think, maybe considering that with his really thinking about wanting to coin something out here, find something else. The Divine Shield.
Yeah. Makes a massive difference, of course, when you've only got the one rush spark bot and you want to put two things in the system. I have to tank 7 at the very least if I can even get enough to deal with it here. What, spark bot, copper tail, is that even enough with a hero power going face and the bone spike? You're still a mana short, right? What about the Invento? 4. Then you don't get the coin. Ooh, if it sticks another turn, the game's so in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, that was an incredible pickup for DreadEye. There was a couple of good results as well. I think Stealth was probably the ultimate best answer that he could have found there, but Divine Shield definitely doesn't hurt. But yeah, there can be a lot of stats here, but it's gonna have to be a little bit more than this. And as you said, taking 7 damage to try to clear that Divine Shield does not feel great either.
Yeah. We have seen like the Rogue, especially the DreadEye version, I think especially anyway, but in general, if it runs out of stuff on board, does struggle to do the last bit of damage. So taking the 7, maybe not a total disaster. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a big fan of taking 7 to just remove a Divine Shield that might come back, but maybe it's just not as horrific as it seems. I'm clutching at straws, I think, really, but hey, I can try. Oh my god,
well,
make it stop!
Yeah, this is looking pretty favored here for DreadEye at this point. Talk about that Divine Shield. Yeah, and NAGON actually just going to go ahead and say that it's over now, not even spend any more thought on that. No more turns, it's over right there. So DreadEye quickly taking down that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just stuck it to the ball. We said it when the 2-5 came down, like it's not over, but it could be, and it didn't get removed. And it didn't even need to generate stuff because, yeah, Innie's just making another 7-7. It's one of those games that happens sometimes in mirrors for all of Hearthstone's existence, especially aggro ones, but yeah, the Rogue one, when it gets out of control, no point messing around. Ouch.
Yeah. This has been the case for some of these matchups today, and I don't know if it's a curse on the player who ends up not doing well, or if I'm like a good luck charm maybe to the players who end up winning, but so far the casted games that I have been able to do on stream have ended in a 3-0, so I don't know if we're going to see that again in this one, but that was a pretty brutal quick beatdown there from DreadEye.
I mean, I'm not paid by the hour. You can stay. If we're going to get 15-minute matches all day long, you can come back next time for sure. Absolutely. Bring Dawn back, everybody, because I like this 15-minute stuff. It's great.
That's right.
As I said at the start of the show, that's a big deal. That Rogue getting taken down, because now NAGON has 2 matchups that I consider unfavourable to come, which there's many pinches of salt in there. Things that I consider unfavourable might not be. HS Replay also considers them unfavourable, but also they're still 55% to lose, not 80, so it's not over. I just think it's a big deal that DreadEye's got that one out of the way, and I think he's in a very strong spot to get to day 2.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to get a win with this Arcane Hunter and his Rainbow Mage to get there. So what do you think he wants to bring in next? Does it matter? I know in Conquest there is always that debate of just randomized, but well, I guess we're going to see it now. It does look like it is going to be that Arcane Hunter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but you know, people have preferences, what they want to do. Some players used to just run it back every time, which is actually a weakness. Like, then it does matter. If you know they're always going to run it back, then it actually is a relevant factor. But yeah, just play what you feel like. You just smash someone in the face for 4 turns, do it again. That's how he feels. That's what he's going to do. NAGON with...
And on the other side, yeah, the Warlock. I know it's not your favorite, but if it gets a win, we won't have to see it again.
Like, I'm
match.
meme to some degree, right? I absolutely dislike playing against this particular deck because it's done me irreparable damage. But if it wins, bring it. I never ever criticize anyone for wanting to win a Hearthstone game. My goodness.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with the stakes that these players are playing for at this point, you know, trying to get into day number 2, an increase in the prize pool and working towards that grand finalist win at the end of tomorrow to qualify for the World Championship. But it's, you know, still quite a few games to get there at this point. Not out of the realm of possibility, but gonna have to get through something. The thing that I notice right now about NAGON's hand, though, is that there is not a slime yet. Some of the other pieces, right? The Thaddeus, the Shallow Grave just coming into hand, but no slime just yet.
There will be. I have faith. It's never happened before, Dawn, that they haven't got the slime on turn 5. It'll be there. It'll turn up.
All right.
I think the order of events here is draw the location now. Oh my goodness, he doesn't know what he's doing. Then make a 7/7 and then draw the slime. Come on, NAGON. This isn't the script. Meanwhile, DreadEye, this is the script. Halderon just instantly buffing, what, 5 spells there? 4 spells. My goodness.
Yeah, and you know, even without this buff, without damage, one thing that I'm really looking at for DreadEye here is the Urchin Spines in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of the Arcane Hunters are running Urchin Spines. DreadEye's list does, and it is in hand. So if that slime does show up next turn on turn 5, or even potentially on turn 6, then DreadEye could potentially have that Urchin Spines, the Ricochet Shot, some of these other damage spells to actually be able to answer those big bodies.
Do we do anything with these reverberations? Probably not, actually. NAGON must know something's coming, though. Obviously, the Urchin Spine's now a little bit telegraphed. There's 2 4/4s ready to go. What are they doing? Why aren't they killing your 7/7? Tell you what, because he knows it doesn't matter, because there's no location in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Clear these up. But also, clear them up, but it's kind of miss a go, right? He's buying himself time to tap a game, most likely, here.
Yeah. Can't really do much else and really is looking for that slime. I mean, the Warlock deck is built around pulling those out, right? Cheating out these mana, big minions to get those out early. And honestly, I think with playing the top deck reverberations and just doing a hero power here on turn 5, DreadEye has to recognize that there is no slime here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was pretty evident.
Yeah, and because of that, he's decided to just start forcing damage, because look at this damage he's pushing now. It's chunky, right? It's 5, but next turn it's another 8 without even playing a card. Here it is! Oh yeah, NAGON's nodding. He knows how the deck works now. He's remembered. It took him a moment.
As you mentioned, though, there is that push from DreadEye with potential follow-up damage. So is this too late? Is it too late for the slime here? Waiting till next turn to use it with the Shallow Grave.
Yeah, Shallow Grave with the slime. It's never too late.
Symphony of Sins is interesting, but I definitely don't think it's coming down here. And it doesn't pull the Thaddeus. The slime actually ends up pulling out that Darkon, but that is still pretty fantastic. It's a lot of damage on the board, but also damage that's just going to start hitting face immediately at the end of every turn for NAGON.
Just take 12 for no reason. There you go. Bam. Bam. Take 12 more. I'll heal all the way to full as well. That's all right. That's perfectly fair. We're good with this.
You know, and the thing here, too, is this Reanimator in hand for NAGON as well.
Yeah.
With the Darkon, that's going to come back with Reborn, since it will have been the only undead that has died. So even if DreadEye goes and clears these, I mean, he really does want to clear these because there is 24 damage that he's facing down right now. So definitely has to clear them, otherwise he's just dead.
He is going to draw 1,000,000 cards, right?
Very close to 1,000,000.
Yeah. Okay. That was a turn from DreadEye, to be fair. Like, it looked like he was out of this, and then just double arrow and off you go.
Yeah, I really like the play there by DreadEye, just going in on, hey, I can clear this and draw a bunch of cards. Let's do it. But also picking up some more important pieces as well. Potential damage with that bow, or if DreadEye can't manage to find a lethal and push damage, there is things like the removal with the star power.
Deal 6 is so tempting because you know you've got quite a bit more still to come, but
it is.
It's a long way off, actually. I think you just do it, but you've got to think about it. Oh, DreadEye does only have 10 cards in deck. I guess you've got to look at that for a moment. I don't think it matters, but you've got to at least consider, can you get there and just mill them out?
Yeah, it's also one of those things where, yes, it is tempting to maybe just remove those, but as DreadEye did just draw a bunch of cards, if you're going for that option and not clearing and you're leaving DreadEye with all of those cards in hand, just, give it at least a little bit of thought. Is there potential for a punish if he goes that route?
Right. Well, we're going to see if they can get the fatigue damage done. You're not trying to remove anything in particular. You're just literally trying to say, I'm going to outlast you here.
Yeah. Well, and again, with that Darkon being the only undead that's died and this reanimator sitting in hand waiting, there is potential for NAGON to just heal some of that back up anyways after some of this damage is taken. So it doesn't seem like the worst option at all.
I can't keep getting away with this.
These Krakenbanes, though, they've been dealing so much damage.
Yeah.
They're putting in work in these lists.
Yeah, we saw it earlier where DreadEye caught out Pocket Train, where Pocket Train sort of calculated the maximum reasonable damage and then just took miles more than that. DreadEye's feeling it, I think.
Behemoths, yeah.
Yeah, putting maximum attack on the board. I think this makes sense, right? While there's no taunts in the way.
Yeah. And even if there is, again, that star power in hand does do a lot against a single large minion, as long as if it's Flesh Behemoth, let's say, as long as the Death Rattle doesn't end up pulling another taunt minion, that star power looking pretty nice to be able to just clear up and lead the way for DreadEye's minions and that bow to just clean up and end the game.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, right? 15 health, 3 chunky minions, hero power bow, handful of removal of all kinds. Yeah, direct damage in hand as well. NAGON's got to stop all of this the best he can, and this is the sign of a good player from DreadEye. Like, all these plays look easy when you see them played by somebody else, but he's managed to just make so many threats from so many sources here.
Absolutely. And it's also really tough for NAGON as well, because there's just this I feel like is one of the downsides to this Warlock deck, where sometimes you actually can get these huge boards, you get these stats, even able to get the slime and shallow grave down, but then you get to this point where you can't answer everything.
There's 1,000,000 damage here, right? This is just lethal, I think.
Yeah. There's
is it 1 mana off?
Lethal.
Has he miscounted something here?
I'm wondering.
He did it very fast and then stopped.
Yeah. It might be 1 mana off.
Did you think the Arcane Shot did 4 with the spell damage? Or did you think he had 10 mana to play both spell damage? I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, he could go for both of the spell damage and go for the ricochet, but
Oh, the
it's not
ricochet,
a
sorry, yeah.
guarantee. Yeah, it's not guaranteed for lethal. It is the chance for lethal.
Yeah, it's incredibly
one
likely.
mana
Yeah.
short to be able to squeeze in the hero power too.
Yeah, I think it's an arcane. Yeah, so it's got a hit. It seems like
I
swearing.
can't tell by his reaction. No, it hit all minions. It hit the minions, Neil. It didn't hit face.
Try again. Oh my. Oh no.
He went for it though. I respect it. I respect the just going for it.
Yeah,
You know,
it's-
if you hit it, it's done.
It's
Move on
instant
to the next one.
75% and then more on top because he's not lost yet.
Yeah.
But
It's
something
still
happened at the
threatening
start
lethal.
of his turn. Yeah. I think he'd calculated then that the ricochet was lethal and then forgot there might be 3 minions there and then realised that maybe he's not lethal anymore. Okay.
Well, how does NAGON answer this now, though?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, a hero power and just 2 damage off of pretty much anything at this point is
Well, he-
going to be lethal.
He knows that. I mean, he'll know the last 2 cards in the deck. Unfortunately, we don't know that, but he'll know what 2 cards are. He knows there's no damage in hand because it would have been played last turn. So yeah, deal with the board, and you know those last 2 cards. Maybe you've got a 50-50. Maybe you know you've run them out of stuff.
Yeah. I don't think there's any damage, or direct damage, I should say. I don't think there's any direct damage left in DreadEye's
Okay.
deck.
This is a star power. My goodness.
Yeah. Pretty fantastic.
36 points of damage for 5 little mana. Okay. Any 6/6s for massive healing?
Mm,
Don't press the button.
not enough still, is it?
12. No. 6, 7.
I mean, I guess if NAGON goes for the Reanimator and Forge of Wills, he will
Sure.
heal up to 8. And then the Forge of Wills can create a rusher that does something, but
Yeah, rushes.
there's still 8 on the board without hero power, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's... Is it just going to have to be the Anu? Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't actually create a copy of the minion itself, right? This is
That's
just
what he
a
needs.
separate, a separate minion here, but it's just going to be pretty close. These imps do have taunt, but that star power in hand or the links are enough to just clear those up pretty easily without really even trying.
Yep, 2-0. Bang, bang, bang. Down to 1 deck already. Welcome to Dawn, everybody.
Yeah, I don't know how I managed this. I have dodged casting a single shaman game all day, and all of the series have been incredibly fast. 3-0 so far. We're only at 2-0 for this one, but okay, 2-0 in DreadEye's favor. Has just his mage deck, correct? Just the mage deck.
Correct,
now
yeah.
to win with.
Which
Okay.
will slow things down a bit, most likely. He's got to play into the Druid, which is not a good matchup for the Mage, as I understand it. I think the Druid just makes that massive board, and the Mage can sort of not interfere with it enough, and then you just die to it. The Rogue, where the Mage is favoured, I think, personally. And then the Warlock, where I think the Mage is pretty strongly favoured if played by a strong player. Certainly not favoured if I play it, but hey, Warlock's fine, right?
Well, we did see it lose there at least, so
Yeah.
it can lose. It can lose. It's possible.
Not to me. You're not going to
So,
convince me that the Warlock deck doesn't draw the nuts every time, even though it just didn't,
That's
and we
all right.
saw the evidence on screen. I'm
We
going to
did
blank
see
that
it.
out.
We did. But okay, it comes down now to DreadEye's Mage. And as you mentioned, up against all three of these other decks. All right, I want to ask you, do you think this is going to end in a 3-0? Or are we at least going to see a 3-1?
3-1. He'll cue the Druid to get one on the board. That's what I would do.
3-1. All right. I like it. You know, there could be the mirror with the mages as well, right? No, excuse me. The
No mirror,
mage
no.
was banned.
Just the Warlock on the
other
road.
side.
So
yeah.
conventional wisdom has always been you cue your best deck here, which would be the Druid if he
Right.
does, which he's done. Just to sort of put pressure on your opponent on the scoreboard. What I have seen the very best players, the Fury Hunters, the Pocket Trains do in these tournaments in this spot is cue their worst matchup first. Not so much in a knockout stage, but especially if there's more to come tomorrow, like the end of a Masters Tour, so they can go to bed. A little bit different here because you've got to play all three anyway, but if they're going to lose 3-0, like they're going to lose their hard matchup, they just want to find out, go to bed and play day 2. So,
Right.
different horses,
You know,
different courses, but yeah.
There's also the thinking too, if they bring in the worst matchup that they have and they win, that could potentially just lead into them building momentum and their matchups get better from there as well. So with Conquest, it definitely is really interesting to see how these players kind of line up, and especially once it gets to kind of that match point in the series, right? Well, are they going to? Are they not going to? But as you said, the Druid here coming in, and I like the looks of the start of this so far. Going to be able to start pushing a little damage, build up a little bit of treants on the board, has the Seedsman now in hand to be able to start ramping towards that drum circle. There's some things in hand here for NAGON that can start moving him in a good direction.
Yeah, going to have to though. No way of double circling yet. Obviously that will come about pretty soon. It usually does. No card draw to speak of, if you don't count the Seedsman, which depends how you see that, I guess.
Witchwood Apple pickup is pretty good here as well. Right? Could just play Witchwood Apple, maybe one of those treants plus the Forest Blossoms and go as wide as you can on board. And just start applying pressure as much as possible for DreadEye to have the answers.
Yeah, just do this. DreadEye's ready with the cold case, I think. Yeah. Oh, sorry, the clear. My bad. Yeah. Then the cold case next turn.
Yeah.
My brain had already cleared the board. Like,
Yeah, that potential could be as well why we saw NAGON actually go for just both of the treants from the Witchwood Apple instead of also committing that Forest Blossoms for an extra body. Ooh, the keyboard
Keyboard
or
on 4.
armor?
Yeah, that's keyboard for you, right? Even when it looks like it's not keyboard, it's always keyboard.
It's always keyboard.
Like you
It
look at
just
it, you go,
creates so
"Oh, this
much."
is awkward," and the answer is, "Make it not awkward, then, noob."
Yeah, the answer is, well, we'll embrace the awkward and just take it anyways because, yeah, it turns out extra bodies on board are very good, especially in a matchup like this where the Druid wants to be getting on the board. An objection pickup as well. Pretty nice here in this matchup.
Interesting choice here. Yeah. Obviously, keeping the Druid's minions off the board with Drum Circle in the deck makes sense, but also the damage, the pressure is a thing he could consider. He's quite a long way ahead on board.
Yeah.
This makes sense.
The Summer Flower Child pickup is pretty interesting. Could just go for it next turn.
Looks like he's going to.
Draw plus discount's pretty good, but okay, gonna go for the Embrace of Nature instead here.
Okay, he's good to go.
That's all right. You love a double choose one effect drum circle.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm trying to do whilst watching and casting these players is look for spots where they don't just do the obvious play with this deck. Like, get a drum circle. There's a situation earlier where a player delayed it a turn to try and get extra buffs down on it and that sort of thing to try and get the solo clips on it. But I'm looking for spots where where play green card is not the right play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also pretty interesting because the Embrace of Nature is the way that these decks are built. It's a pretty specific draw, right? So it's not just, oh, I'm gonna choose or play this, and the choose one card I get is gonna be one of 5 or 6 or 7, like we might have seen in other variants. It is very, very specific the way that these decks are built. And looking at these deck lists, it is Drum Circle and what usually I'm drawing a blank on the name of the card, but
I'm the worst. I'm the worst for that. Don't do that. Yeah. What does the card do? And I'll tell you what it should be called.
Well, I don't even think that NAGON is running it, actually.
Right.
Looking at it.
I'm sorry. I always blank on card names. I'm the worst to bail you out.
I'll find it. While we look at this impressive Treant board and how DreadEye is going to maneuver this turn.
Yeah. How do you sort this out? I mean, you're not clearing this ever, but can you clear enough without losing enough resources that you can still win the game?
It's Lifebinder's gift, by the way, there, Lorenza.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, but I do not see Lifebinder's gift at all in NAGON's list. So, yeah, actually going for that Embrace of Nature was, looks like a guarantee to draw the Drum Circle.
Kind of like that in some ways. Obviously, it's very hard to know, having not played it. Of course, it's a really important card you're missing out of your deck.
This is...
So much.
Yeah. Testing.
Right, no, it's that. Right.
Okay. Double cultivation. Let's go.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Yeah. All right. It's on the board. It's on the board, Lorinda.
Yep,
it's not
that's
a
the
3-0.
one. Well done.
Not
You've
a
broken the
3-0.
curse. The
I feel a
Dawn
little
curse.
bit better now. That's right. That's right.
So what happens now? Does he win 3-0 here now? So he wins 3-2? Is that what happens now?
There were a lot of reverse sweeps, I think, early in those group stages, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I do feel like some of these players' lineups, and even in some of the discussions I've seen, there definitely are lineups and strategies that are trying to basically soft target Mage. So I don't think it's impossible for it to be a reverse sweep here. But I do think that, as you said earlier, that the Druid was definitely the best shot to get there. Are the other ones going to be quite as good? I don't know.
Yeah, I feel not. I'm sure not. They might play well, like the Rogue can just win on like turn 4 if there's no reverberations, the game just ends, and look like it always wins. But I think they're both tough matchups here for NAGON. I think that DreadEye won't be too concerned yet. If he loses the next one, then sure, you get concerned because 2 60% shots will go to 1 60% shot. Yeah, you start to feel a lot less confident. But he'll be comfortable right now.
Right. Yeah, and this is really interesting here. We're going to see the Warlock getting played again for NAGON here versus this Mage for DreadEye, as we've mentioned. See if NAGON can sneak in a win here with the Warlock. And I did see a slime. A slime. It's
Looks like he's got the hang of it now.
That's right. And the coin as well.
And the Symphony, and
But at this point, no one dead.
So, looking for ways in DreadEye's hand to remove 11-11s. That's kind of how I plan this out, which is a little bit too negative, but at my level, planning this out as how do I kill the 11-11s means I get on board enough, it means I get my reverb in my hand, and it usually means I've got extra damage left over that I don't need, because it's the worst case scenario facing an early 11-11. Usually you don't necessarily need all
Yeah.
that.
Well, and there is the reverb being picked up for DreadEye.
Mm-hmm.
Both of these classes, the Reverberations is a dual class card, and it is a Mage Warlock card. So both of these players are running the Reverberations in their lists here, but as of right now, there still is nothing here for the slime.
So far.
There's no 11-11 that's potentially going to be coming out, which does make things really awkward, because if you can't find those pieces to be able to really kind of cheat out those big minions, to be able to kind of lean into that mechanic of your deck, it starts to feel like you have to either let the deck kind of fall apart, or you have to find a different game plan. And maybe Symphony of Sins is that other game plan at the moment, but it feels like a bit of a stretch.
7/7 rush, man, to buy yourself a bit of time. Seems okay.
Yeah.
If things go wrong. Yeah, you might be right. Coin Symphony is pretty good too. Oh, you could
Now,
just
who
play
needs to
like
worry
every
about it?
Warlock ever. Yeah. Just do that. Just do what they always do.
Yeah. Yeah. Who needs to worry about that when you can just draw the Thaddeus on the turn you need it? Absolutely fantastic there. But
yeah, exactly.
DreadEye has answers. There's Reverberations. Is that something that DreadEye wants to look at here? Or is it more of just an approach of trying to clear an answer and save that Reverberations for something later?
Yeah, I think you just do it, but he'll know better. This is also, I mean, as it happens, you got the bone spike and other things, but this is why you put every point of damage you can get on the board. These little 1/2s and 1/3s were played at the expense of some other cards, some draw or whatever. Didn't infinitize, for instance. Like, getting these little things on the board is so huge. If he hadn't had that bone spike, he would have been able to put all 3 1/2s in for 3 damage, for instance, and then reverb and ping. You know, they matter a lot, these little things.
Yeah, they do. They look very unassuming, but they really can add up and work really well with the things that the mage is already trying to do.
Right. Yeah, just and if your opponent takes a turn to defile this board, say let's say they can, which they can as it happens. What's the rest of their turn as a warlock for 3 mana if they defile this? Tap, pass? Like, it's just not a good Hearthstone turn for them. So play around
is this a
defile.
Reverberations? The reverberate? Can we go into like a little bit of a dream within a dream type theory here? Is this Reverberations on the reverberated? And I'm going to make that a word. The reverberated.
It's definitely a word.
That is. Okay, perfect.
I like it. Good spot. Yeah, absolutely.
But again, as you mentioned, now, okay, there's 2 mana. Maybe Sargeras comes down.
Yeah.
This Forge of Wills is still active, so can definitely create maybe an 11/11 that has Rush here. But then I guess that kind of means maybe using the Mortal Coil to clean up as well.
Or take your chance on the Symphony because you think that if you hit, you win. Or if you miss, you lose anyway, or whatever, with the Mortal Coil. It was a tough one. It was a tough one.
Yeah, there feel like a lot of moving parts that turn.
Like, with all my memes aside, this is the sort of turn that will be the difference between somebody playing Warlock on ladder and somebody playing at this level. Like, he's put a lot of, like you say, moving parts into this. He's had to process all of those and do what he can, and he's ended up with a nice board and a cleared board out of it.
Yeah. This is a really interesting kind of sequence of events for that turn as well, right? Because there were a lot of choices. Use that Forge of Wills to make an 11/11 rusher and kind of clean stuff up in a different way with like the Mortal Coil and kind of clean up after that, or going for a play like what NAGON did, which was, I'm just going to use this Thaddeus that I have copied for this turn alone, and then I'm going to be able to create a full board that has to be answered at the end of the turn.
So we finally, after like ages, found the counter to Reverberations, and it's Reverberations.
That's right.
That's how you stop it. You just do it back straight at them.
That's right. Oh, okay. This is also very interesting here. The reanimator can definitely just bring back Thaddeus, but
Okay.
is that the line here, or does NAGON need to try to do something because he's sitting at 17 health now? It's going into turn 7, which could be the elemental inspiration, but also there has been some spell schools played at this point, looking at potentially facing down some damage, and 17 doesn't necessarily feel like you're safe against mage.
So the thing I don't like about this Warlock deck is to play with, not against, because I've moaned about playing against it enough. He's just drawn 9 cards and none of them do anything. It's like feel hard done by in this situation. Making space on his own board and in his hand here. This is cool.
Yeah, and healing up a little bit as well. Definitely, I'm not going to count out any of that healing at this point.
He timed out there though.
Yeah, didn't get to attack and clear off that minion. I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference, though, at this point, but maybe it will.
It's possible. I mean, it's always more problem than you imagine if you leave up a minion that shouldn't be there. But yeah, it just took an extra 3, so
yeah.
Maybe that doesn't matter, but you don't want to take too many extra 3s over the course of a game. Like 10 extra 3s and you're dead.
You know, I feel like this is the second or third discovered solar eclipse that we've seen on stream today that just really kind of put in a lot of work, and doing a solar eclipse into that star power to clear up a very large board means that DreadEye can save things like the solid alibis for future turns.
Yeah, let's not give Mage Solar Eclipse anytime soon. That would be nice, thanks.
Yes. Right off the top.
Bask in my radiance.
And that NAGON's using the most basic card back, by the way. I respect that.
Well, that's the strategy, right? You gotta use the basic card back so that nobody knows your skill level.
Exactly.
Right? Obviously,
Exactly.
in this 16-player tournament where they spent months and months qualifying for and had to be at the very top, they're going to be fooled by that.
Yeah, tricked you! I'm actually quite
Got
good.
there.
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought the 16 best players over the regions over a 3-month period were reasonable at Hearthstone?
Well, DreadEye has done a really impressive job this game of being able to find board clears and answer these repetitive big bodies that NAGON has been putting out.
Absolutely.
Has to get rid of one of these. It's got to be the armor vendor. Just get rid of the armor vendor.
Seems like it, unless he feels like he needs the 4.
Yeah.
What's he doing with the rest of his turn? It's just not a good enough card, is it? Unless he's really got 4 mana he wants to spend on something.
Yeah. That break point of mana seems pretty lacking right now. Maybe it's the movement of Sloth. Maybe he just gets rid of the Sloth.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All
right.
He does.
It's the Thaddeus. See DreadEye shaking his head there, just nodding.
He's got it.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you put stats on the board. If you have big bodies, DreadEye kept the boards at bay long enough to be able to do exactly what this mage deck wants to do, and that is build up some damage after playing multiple spell schools and just get there with over-the-top damage from hand.
14 damage Moonbeam, of all things. Yeah, he can't believe it. He sees the funny side. In fairness, he was laughing at one of his losses earlier as well. He just sees the funny side of Hearthstone things. Sort of known for that these days, I think. But yeah, winning with a Moonbeam looked pretty convincing in that victory as well overall over the match. And another quick one for you, Dawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know. I feel like in that game, the kind of stars of, or the MVPs of the cards were those discovered nature spells, of all things. There was absolutely multiple nature spells. And even in some other series earlier, I think a lot of the nature spells were absolutely putting in a lot of work and helping the mage kind of stall that extra turn that they may have needed, or in some cases we saw like otters come out on the board earlier to kind of create an awkward wide board that was, you know, maybe not the most threatening, but it was creating some tempo on board. It was creating a threat of some extra damage along with the potential damage. So I don't know, that was kind of cool to see all of those nature spells kind of come together.
Yep, it turns out if you give a class something it can't normally do, then it fills in the gaps of things it can't normally do, and that's what you're describing there, I feel. So, you know, credit to spell schools actually working as intended, I think that.
Yeah, but I don't know about you, Lorinda, but I am very excited to see DreadEye winning that series, moving into our day number 2. He will join the rest of the players that have already made it to tomorrow. And we still have one more player to find out who will be joining our 7 players already qualified for tomorrow. Are you ready to find out who that is?
I am ready, Dawn. You're going to throw us out so we can find out who it is?
That is, yep. But before we do that, yep, we have to take a quick break so we can set that matchup before you all find out who ends up getting there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for our Summer Championship.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil, a.k.a. Lorinda, a.k.a. Lorinda Games on Twitter. Follow him there. Lorinda, how you doing, bud?
Nice to meet you. Where you been all day?
Funny you ask.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know, Neil. I've just been hanging out, casting, but we got another decider match coming up next, and I don't know about you, but I'm dying to see how this one ends.
Me too, TJ, me too. Let's see how it goes. Let's have a look at the players and the lineups and the brackets and all those good things, and then we'll get into this game, TJ. But there's Group B that we finished ages ago. As I'm concerned.
Just want to remind us that it's done. We saw uikyou and Casey move on from Group B. Close one between Casey and GamerRVG, right there at the end. So we saw Pocket Train and DreadEye move on from Group C. Just saw DreadEye right now, actually, literally right this second, went ahead and got it done. So now we're gonna move on to. Nope, it's not Group D either. We're just going through the groups that we're not doing. Gabby and Hemlock. Moving on. And then, last but not least, drum roll please. There it is! uikyou and Tansoku. Going to be facing off each other for the last spot in the top 8.
Yep, and this is going to be good, TJ. We've got more Warlock action, which we know is something that I absolutely adore. And uikyou, honestly, like, the best player in the world on ladder over the last several months. Pocket Train might have something to say about that. But uikyou is just knocking out those rank 1s over and over again. So I think he's got a good claim to it, even though most people won't have heard of him much.
Yeah, well, neither have we apparently, because it's just a dark, foreboding figure.
So I think the players wrote their own profile. So he's saying here, this is a joke. This one is smiley face, the middle one, because he's only played in one tournament really in esports, and he came top 16 out of the 16 that played. So this is uikyou giving us something to giggle about, basically. Oh yeah, it's got a bit of a blank space there where the picture should be. But
yep,
it's written his name in it at least.
uikyou. Gonna highlight the Nature Shaman from uikyou. I feel like this one is pretty standard from what we've seen with the Double Turn the Tides. It's a more tempo-oriented version. So I will refuse to call it Subtle Shaman. Refuse.
Ego Shaman.
Ego Shaman. Is this the one though?
Sorry, Subtle?
This is Carson.
Sorry, Subtle. Got me at it now.
Don't call me. Don't call me.
I'm trying to summon him. Just looked like my next mistake there, TJ. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, well, if I was the one who built this nature shaman, Neil, I could show you incredible things.
You absolutely could, TJ. But you weren't, so we needed Sottle to show us those things. Which I don't know where he is actually. But he loves the fact that he made this deck and everybody copied it.
Yeah. All right. Tansoku's up next. Tansoku means short-legged person in Japanese. Fun fact. I knew that fact already because it was one of the first questions that we used to ask players back when they used to come to championships.
And you've met him, right? You've met Tansoku. I remember this.
Few times. Actually, I would say many times. I think it's 4+ times now. One of my favorite people on the planet. Not just Hearthstone players, just people on the planet. And we're highlighting.
Did you sign his phone? Because we've never heard this story before. I think we should. Yeah.
I did. Yeah. Never heard before stories of Tansoku signing my phone. Yeah, I was a big fan of him. He was a big fan of me. I signed his phone. I don't know if that's a fair trade. He didn't sign my phone, but I had a case of my phone. If I changed cases, it wouldn't have been there anymore. I signed his actual phone.
Signed his actual phone. So he's still got that phone. Like he's still, it's this big, and he's texting like this. Like phones people by like carrying it around.
Yeah, and oh man, Neil, if you saw that signature on that phone, it'll leave you breathless.
Absolutely. You've told me about it many times. But now my part of the intro is over and into the playing, because DJ, I love the players, but you love the game. So you bring this one in.
I do. Tansoku, game number 1. Last spot. Top. That's not uikyou.
It is uikyou in disguise. DreadEye's. It's been DreadEye all along. It's the grand reveal. He's been playing twice. He's qualified twice.
What happens if they meet together in the final?
It's going to be 2 DreadEyes. Just how does that even work? Oh
my God! Look at that face.
Only got one face to look at though here, TJ. We've only got the one.
Well, these are not particularly good. A discounted polymorph jellyfish is interesting, however. But where does it fit in? Oh, what am I talking about? This is Naga Mage. Been watching Rainbow Mage all day. This is Naga Mage. Gates of Ashara, not too shabby. Though, star power is interesting. Nah, it's Gates of Ashara. Like a discount star power, just be able to bada bing, bada boom, turn 4, clear the board.
Well, uikyou obviously understanding the urgency of this situation here, because the Naga Mage, if it gets on board, it's going to be difficult for the Hunter to clear enough stuff. But threatening to hit them for 8 is obviously the perfect start. You can't just go pinging these away, it just gets beyond you. So I wonder if he plays the Crush Claw here to see what he hits.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. You could go for Vast Wisdom, and see what you find. You got 2 of them, so if you find Siren, you still have another cheap spell to be able to get going. What is he gonna? He is gonna ping. Okay.
He's taking his time. Feels that he can contend with this. He's confident. There's a lot of damage output out there.
This is real awkward for Tansoku, to be quite frank.
Quite frank? Is that like just somebody who is really quiet, just watches Hearthstone a lot?
Yeah. Actually, there was a quiet Frank who
he really was quiet.
was a competitive Hearthstone player, Frank in the Box.
Oh, the player, I see. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember Frank.
Yep. Good guy. Very quiet though.
That's why, quite frank. So you want to be quite frank? Is that what's going on?
It was a hypothetical. If I was quite frank,
Uh-huh.
or to be quite frank,
Okay.
but to be loud frank, no, that's a different story altogether. You don't want to be loud frank.
I mean,
If you're going to be frank, you be quite frank.
because Loud Frank's got no friends because he's loud.
Yeah. Exactly. He's going to ping again.
Are you actually watching the Hearthstone? Damn it! I should be doing the same thing.
But I mean, you'll come back each time you leave.
Yeah, I'm done. Absolutely. You can tell me when it's over, though, TJ, if you want.
Just chipping away. Still no siren. And the longer we go without Tansoku finding a siren, the more uikyou's going to have the chance to just go over the top of whatever's on the board with direct damage. I mean, Krakenbane is active. Plus the additional spell damage from everything in the hand.
Yeah,
okay, well,
Tansoku's-
Shooting Star is something. Wish we would have had that earlier, but hey, it is what it is.
These 4-1s are so annoying, aren't they? It's just so mana efficient. Dealing with one of them is okay, but constantly dealing with them is just annoying. And stopping Tansoku from being able to do what he wants to do.
Just pinged every turn. I can't take it anymore.
He starts crying. He starts rubbing his eye. What's happening here? Are you the same person?
Even he hates that he's had to ping every turn. He's just weaving. He's beat him with 3 cards.
Well, this has been my experience of this deck.
Oh, he just did nothing and died.
That's just what the deck does, unless you're pocket trained or, whatever. It's just a nightmare dressed like a daydream, TJ. It just, every time. It looks great, doesn't work.
Okay. He stuck a minion. I repeat, he stuck a minion.
Hey! We could just draw 1 million cards now. Or basically win the Hearthstone.
It's got to be like Siren off the top right now, huh?
I think so, yeah. That's not a siren.
Womp womp.
Computer says no.
All right. Any outs? In the Savara is a Gifts of Ashara, a Vast Wisdom, and something else. Okay, reverb. 1 mana
Okay,
reverb.
Clears. One mana reverb with other cards. I don't know.
Still needs to play around Hidden Meeting, so really only has 4 mana to work with. Still a Hidden Meeting up on the other side.
Yeah.
Can't afford to take an extra, on average, 2.2 damage. Is that what it is? I don't know.
Sounds about right. Can we just play the Crush Claw? I think we might be desperate enough now. But Tansoku obviously trying to
Needs
be...
to kill the second one, though, so needs to fit in a
guess.
ping.
Uh,
And then just hope for Siren, right? That's it. And hope
Yeah.
that the pop-off is enough. That's assuming this
Or-
isn't enough, and that's enough.
ah.
Each of these ricochets is 2, plus the 6 from the bow, and that'll do it! uikyou
Yeah.
takes game number 1 in I will say the easiest game of his life, but Tansoku just didn't have the hand to put up that much of a fight, which is unfortunate because especially in these high stakes situations, you want to see some tough fought matches. You don't want to see a rose garden filled with thorns.
Just occasionally, I want to see somebody have the experience that I have with a deck, and that was the occasional one. That's he's a very good player, but it made me feel like I'm playing the deck the same as the good players, where I go ping, 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 oh, I'm dead. Okay with that.
So, what you took away from this game is, well, if he does it and loses, then it's okay if I do the same thing and lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But I don't want to see that all the time. I agree with you. High level play, you don't want that to happen to somebody really. But it's nice just to see it occasionally, just that little tiny bit of positive reinforcement. Because I'm known for being a positive person, Teach.
I'd say so.
I'd say
positive.
so too.
Every time I watch your stream, you're like, "Was that correct? That wasn't correct." You win the game.
What you mean?
Like,
Watching the stream wasn't correct, or what I said wasn't correct?
That's what you say every time you make a play. Was that correct? That wasn't correct. And then you win the game of Hearthstone, and you're like, I didn't play that game of Hearthstone well. And you lose the game of Hearthstone, and you're like, I definitely didn't play that game of Hearthstone well. And then Sottle's in your chat, and he's saying, Neil, you really didn't play that Hearthstone game well.
Yeah, you think you played it badly, Neil, but let me tell you, it was much worse than that.
Yeah, you're like, oh man, I probably had 3 misplays. Well, actually, it's my Sottle voice. Actually, you made 7.5 plays incorrectly.
Yeah, but I can make the bad guys good for a weekend, so just have me on for 2 days and we'll be fine, Teach. That's what he would say.
Fair point. That seems like exactly something that Sada would say. But uikyou's got the Hunter out of the way. And left in the lineup is the Mage and the Druid. I feel like Druid's been... I don't want to say it's cleaning up today. Druid's just being Druid. Druid is one of those decks where, you're playing against a deck that can't clear your board, you win. You're playing against a deck that that puts minions on the board between turns 1 and 5, you die.
I think this tournament would have been surprising if nobody bought Druid. I feel like the right amount of Druid is here. It's supposed to be played. It's also supposed to be sort of like you're saying. It's Druid. Some people bring it. It's fine. But a lot of Druid, I don't think it's quite powerful enough from asking around, especially Pocket Train. But yeah.
Yeah. It can do very powerful things, but it's limited on how quickly it can do those things. And that's the real issue. And it's got limited removal, so it kind of gets run over in the early game.
Plus there isn't a Druid on the board, but let's go. Let's go with this anyway.
You say unless there is a Druid on the board?
No, I'm just saying we're talking about Druid as if it's not turn 2 in a Rogue versus Mage game, because that's how we cast. It's great.
Yeah. We're casting hypotheticals.
So yeah, but I think Druid is doing well, personally.
Yeah. I never miss my chance to finish a point. I don't care what's happening. That's why I don't cast World Championship Finals.
Everybody casts World Championship Finals these days.
Because the winning moment... But I had a train of thought that was from 2 turns prior.
Uh-huh.
And I gotta finish it. Just like this moment right now. The game is still going on. We still have not acknowledged it.
Uh-huh.
However...
He's playing a Mecha Shark!
I was making a point, and then you gave a rebuttal, and I'm not going to let that sit on the table. So...
Okay. Well, just continue then.
No, that's it.
You sure?
I'm sure.
So we can go. We can cast this game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to anymore. You've taught me out. I was enjoying casting this game, but now.
Oh
now
no!
we're here.
It had
Rush. Like the Druid.
He gave Rush to his biggest thing.
Yeah.
He got reverbed off the face of the planet. uikyou drew the cold case with the keyboard online. Tansoku might be donezo.
Yeah, you make those big minions. Tansoku, and if it goes wrong, Got to tell us when it's over if the high was worth the pain, because that was a lot of damage.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I don't think you could.
It's not so good. It's like, where are all these minions coming from? It's a maze. They don't play minions. But alas.
This is, yeah, the weapon in Maze just feels incredibly unfair when it goes 2 into stuff. 2, 3, 4.
This has been the ideal curve. If that reverb, if the drone or the spark bot was anything other than rush, Tansoku wouldn't have been in that bad of a situation, right?
Yes.
Put on his biggest minion. That's what's allowed the reverb to trade back over. Otherwise, it would have just allowed him to ping it with 1 damage. And then even though it would have died to 1 damage from uikyou, he would have gotten enough out of it before it inevitably died. So, and Mekro does not play well from behind. So this is going to be quite a difficult situation to navigate out of. It's turn 4. A lot of game left to play, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, the mage on board hasn't even started using its tools. I suppose it used a reverb, but hasn't used all of its tools yet to actually start winning the games. Just managed to dominate the board, which it does sometimes in this exact setup, obviously. I want to make a 4-4 and then just Flame Geyser. That's what I want to do. Just volume up. Don't care about the...
Why do you and Sado both call it geezers?
They are geezers. Diamond geezers. It's a card we need to make. Instead of golden ones, you just get diamond ones.
Like, I've been willing to accept Shaman all these years.
Uh-huh.
I will not accept geezer.
You won't accept Geyser?
No.
What would you call it then? A geyser?
Yes.
Why would it be a geyser? That doesn't rhyme with tweezer.
Because that's why we call it a geyser. The rhyming. Alright. What gets Tansoku out of this? Is it MC Blinktron, perhaps?
No? Is it Henry, the mild-mannered janitor? Could be.
Gorilla Bot?
Yeah, try again.
Explosive Sheep?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, he doesn't, I don't, you don't. So it's a good spot for uikyou here.
MC Blinktron could be used to get rid of a keyboard. Which I think is important.
True. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. When you said Blinktron might get him out, I guess that makes sense.
That's like the highest upside. Take the 1 extra damage. Not sure about it. I don't know if that'll matter too much in this scenario. But getting rid of keyboard to block some tempo and maybe sticking a big board later on in the game could be pretty impactful. We'll see. Out of these options, I mean, you could just rip the Serenity right now.
Yeah.
But opts to go for the Fiendish Circle instead. Both were spell schools that he'd not played yet on the fellow Holy.
I like the imps against Rogue as well. The Rogue doesn't remove them and they hit Divine Shield. They're just generally annoying. I always talk about having lots of minions against Rogue as well, so at some point here you could just even start racing. Do you feel you're bored here, or do you leave space? Do you feel you're bored? Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just,
Yep. Yep, these are Hearthstone cards. So, Flame might have to be Krakatoa just to clear up multiple things on the board at once. Flame Behemoth. I don't know.
We don't want to be
roughly-
clearing things with a rogue. We should be making things. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? He's just accepted that his turn is garbage and he has to do this. I don't mind this.
Oh, hello.
Spideys.
I'm worried about imminent death. uikyou's got everything he needs. A solid
Me
alibi
too.
for these stealthies. Molten Rune can just forge it and start launching face next turn. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage on board. He's quite close, actually.
Yeah. So what's Tansoku's plan here? How does he even try and win this? I mean, he doesn't against a Blizzard, is the answer, but he doesn't know
Makes
that.
2 pretty big stealthy things next turn, and then tries to win the game on the back of them. The lifesteal Spark Bot could be quite useful here. So that's one thing to keep in mind, especially with Innie. But yeah,
okay,
the
with
Blizzard.
the Wind Fury and lots of lifesteal. Okay.
Yeah,
like
try
the-
and bounce
like the
the
thinking.
health back up. But, I
Yeah.
mean, there's a Blizzard in hand.
These imps have done some work, haven't they? My goodness.
Yeah, this is 5, 6, 7, 11. This is a lethal setup if Tansoku's not able to clear stuff. Bone Spike does allow for some cleanup, but uikyou just has the answer to everything, it feels. I mean, Blizzard's pretty much the answer to everything.
So what can he do? Lifesteal, Spider, Serrated, Innie.
I think you if only that was Rush. I feel like you might hold on to the lifesteal.
Yeah.
Or not.
So he's decided he thinks he's got to do it. And just use the Innie to gain some health.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, but yeah. This feels like a play to at least try and win in the world where your opponent has no hand.
Yeah, no, I like this. Because if you just go all in on like 2 big stealthers, and then try and Innie next turn for a bigger health swing, you open yourself up to like counterplay. Whereas getting the Innie out right now lets Tansoku gain this little buffer of life, still hold on to the stealth magnetic in hand to try and maybe mount a comeback for a win later on.
Mhm.
So that I feel like this is the best situation that he could hope to be in. And does have the little stealth spooter with lifesteal on the left side.
Uh-huh. Cover turf, a little bit of value. I mean, the Blizzard here doesn't actually kill anything. Obviously, it will with the trades, but doesn't actually kill anything, and costs the turn. So, considering that Tansoku's basically the aggro deck here, he's at least found a way to fight into, I don't know, Dreamland where he might win. Still not particularly optimistic for him, but
Oh! I thought it was going to be Power Blast.
I take Pyroblast way too often. It just sits in my hand the whole game while I desperately try and win.
Wow! I want to give Reborn to a Spooter.
That seems a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I want to not die next turn.
What about if you Reborn the unstealthed Wind Fury Spooter,
So many options.
Okay.
Krabito.
Yeah, I like it actually. And then you've got coins and blingers and
So you start with
prayers.
click. Yeah, you start with click clocker anyway, because I don't want this to just be able to be pinged off. Okay, this works too.
Sure.
This is actually better.
So you've got one big minion, and it's going to be forever, or it's just going to go down in flames. But either way, he's setting up a chance to try and win the game.
And uikyou did shuffle the solid alibis back into the deck.
He did. It's also like 1,000,000 o'clock in APAC right now, and Tansoku's starting to show signs of that, I think.
Bask in my radiance.
Prime gaming hours right now. It's
Prime
9 a.m.
gaming hours.
in Japan.
Only if you're Starbucks lovers, like, that's just the only time it works.
Well, yeah, because it's 9 a.m. It's the morning.
Yeah, but you've been up all night.
Yeah, but come on. We can do it. Because we're young and we're reckless. We'll take this way too far.
We always will, TJ. We always have done.
Ooh, Deathborn. What a throwback.
Throwback to 6 weeks ago on Throwback Sunday.
What a throwback. This is a full board of skellies.
Mm-hmm. But how much damage is this? Not quite enough.
You look like my next mistake.
I made this mistake all the time, TJ. Thinking I've got lethal over 2 turns and just doesn't get there. But I know you've heard about me, anyway.
Have you made this mistake, though? This one right there.
This specific mistake? No,
Yeah, that one.
probably not.
No, that one. That mistake. You made
Oh, the
that
1-3?
before?
No, I've not made that mistake. Or that joke, ever. There's probably a pastor out there for it. I'm sure there is, in fact. If I know there is.
Okay, gotta kill the artificer. That's step 1.
And question mark, question mark, question mark, step 3. Drop it.
Yeah. Alright. Got him down to 8.
Is he gonna do this?
Nah. Says reverb. Ain't enough damage in the world.
Okay. Sure. Boo.
Does MC? Yeah, and no, that's it.
Just gain 12.
Yeah, okay, he concedes. Yeah, I forgot about the lifesteal, even though he just gained a bunch of life. I was like, just the reverb alone, even if it didn't have lifesteal, would probably have been enough to secure uikyou spot in the game, especially with the volume up to try and find the solid alibis. But Tansoku against the ropes now, down 2-0 in this final decider match. And,
Yeah, I'm just getting
for uikyou, it's just down to the druid left in the lineup. So, I mean, I feel like out of all the decks in the tournament, druid's probably the one with the most weak spots.
Yeah, like
to
Rogue,
capitalize
for
on.
instance.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say so. You have to hope that the rogue has pretty much nothing, and then get the ideal start.
Yeah,
Like
the
you
other
play-
two though,
like
like
you
not so bad,
disciple
like
on
Mage and Warlock.
4, and then double innervate into drums on 5.
Yeah, and then you're probably dead because it's turn 5 and you get to Rogue, who you haven't done anything to them all game.
Yeah, you gotta have like Your opening hand is double Planted Evidence, Natural Causes. Okay.
Yeah. Right. I want to see that. I want to see it happen.
And then you draw into Disciple. You clear their thing with Planted Evidence. Then you draw into Innervate. You clear their thing with Natural Causes.
I'm
Then
here
you draw
for it.
into Drums, and you clear their thing with Planted Evidence. Then they play it. Then they play a thing. You can't deal with it, but you play your Disciple. Okay. Then they go really big with that thing, but it's okay because you Innervate Drums.
And then you win the game. Got it.
And then your cultivations are super cheap by that point because, man, are you clearing stuff and summoning treants.
It's happening. All right, there's some of those cards you just talked about. Definitely.
Oh, jeez. You're not
Is it gonna happen?
It.
I know you
Yeah,
can't.
he's not even
keep
keeping
it, but-
Planted Evidence. What about
No.
Topior, the Shrubagazor?
Great for those turn 7s where you're just alive against those rogue decks.
Yep. Not bad, not bad.
Tansoku's desperately wanting to keep this prep Bone Spike. It's so good, but your opponent has to actually play something, which they do.
Yeah, they played some treants earlier. Okay, keeps everything but the Bone Spike.
Of course.
Keeps it for the pit stop. Prep. Pit stop. Popping the peas. Pop, pop, pippity pop.
I can't pop anything. All my letters are so soft, the ones that I can actually say, which isn't many. Ooh.
I think there's only one letter that you can't say.
Yeah.
And you can actually say the letter.
Yeah. I just can't say it. I can say them all.
Oh, man.
I'm
is-
clever. I can say all letters. You just have to give me time. No pressure.
I noticed a small mistake here from Tansoku. He didn't choose it, though.
Every time. TJ.
I don't know. This is pretty close to the scenario I was talking about.
Let's get in there. But here's a 2-mana 4/6 gadget maker, which seems strong at this point. I would like to add. If it lives, is the game just over?
Oh my!
Like with Snoop
gosh.
into coin, Matic. Oh my goodness! I've answered my own question.
So close. If it only kept the Planted Evidence.
Yeah, that's how that works.
You go lunar, solar, seedlings.
Yep.
Big 4/1/1s. The most difficult fiendish circle ever. I spent 3
The
cards
most
for it.
difficult fiendish circle ever. I love it.
Time waits for no one.
I mean, what else can he do?
Hero Power Pass. I don't know. Seedlings Pass.
Okay. You take the 4? Just help them kill you? No. Okay.
And this thing ain't going anywhere.
No.
Oh, yeah.
You know where it's going? It's going face. That's where it's going. Probably twice.
Looking for Wind Fury?
Nobody knows. God, let's just be honest here. No one knows what the colours are anymore.
Blue is Reborn. Orange is Taunt.
Thank you.
And,
Divine Shield apparently is the
and orange,
glowing
but the
yellow.
slightly less orange. Oh! Coolant!
slightly
coin-
less orange.
Is Divine Shield. Oh, this is... Oh yeah. Horn.
Yeah. Weak
Cool.
you screaming and crying about the perfect storm this turn. Oh my. It's just all over. 11. Like, you were saying he had some good stuff, but he appears to be just dying on turn 4.
Alright, this is Innervate. Nope. Okay, there's the planet evidence, but it's nothing to really do here.
So TJ's dream scenario kind of came true in that he drew one of the cards.
Yeah.
Just realised that was Tansoku's turn 3.
Yep.
Tansoku now looking like he's going to get back into this match. Just saying to himself, I can make all these tables turn.
Yeah.
Get it to 3-2. Just win one at a time, like the Fury Hunter ways. That's how Fury Hunter used to win tournaments. Just one game at a time.
Is there any way you can get a peaceful Piper and discover a starfish?
Probably. There's usually a way. If there's a question of can they do the blah 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 blah, the answer is almost always yes in Hearthstone these days. I can't think what it is.
Would have had to happen this turn for 0 mana.
Well, it's got to be a lethal here with the right pickups, right?
Nah. I don't think so.
Okay.
Even if you went second Sparkbot and both of your gadgets were blades, deal 3 damage, still be one off.
One off, okay.
Yeah. Actually, if you hit Coolant on the first one and then magnetize the spider
Yeah.
and then blades from the other two, because you get the coin when you attack. Oh! Did you know that while a minion has stealth, it cannot taunt?
Wow.
Alright, yeah. Oh, the Innervate was off the top! There was Disciple Jumps and Innervate in hand. I was so close. If only he'd kept the planet evidence.
What a game! Well done, Tansoku. Celebrates, or tries to. He's a little bit focused at the moment.
Yeah. Alright. Still the Druid left for uikyou. Tansoku has...
Not Rogue. I've got it here. He's got the Mage and the Warlock.
Yeah. I was looking at the wrong list because I was looking at a not a Naga Mage. But yeah, the Warlock and Naga Mage.
So
two decks that have significant pop-off potential.
pop-off potential.
He's popping off!
Can't do it. He's popping the mic.
Oh, I have actually a decent amount of faith in the Warlock. Just
Okay.
because it can cheat out so much stuff. But the Mage, I worry for Tansoku and the Mage, because Mage can beat itself sometimes. And that's not the kind of situation you want to be in. We saw it earlier. But he's going to go with the Warlock first. uikyou's hand is meh. A big ol' meh.
Is it a rose garden filled with thorns, this druid, you think?
Yes. It's a
So-
thorn garden.
Thorn, yeah. Plenty of thorns.
Filled with thorns. Oof. Nothing to do, nothing to do. Tansoku, not a bad opening. Has the Forge of Wills and Slime. Just needs to find something for this slime to get rid of and then get back. Okay, probably a Forge.
Yeah, a couple of forges going, so Forge and Hope. And then supplies, maybe?
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go.
He knows how the game works.
Yeah. So you probably forge this turn, and then you supplies next turn. You could just go forge into forge.
I think you do. And then just do the thing on turn 5.
Yeah.
Just thing them on 5.
Yeah.
And it'll
Still
either
gonna have
leave you
to wait a
breathless or
little
with a
bit.
nasty scar. One way or the other, you will find out if you're winning the Hearthstone game or not.
Seditize me, Captain.
Interesting to see how deliberate uikyou plays. Have you seen uikyou in people's chats?
No.
He went from like really quiet new person into lol, I'm better than all of you in about 5 minutes. He fits in well with the top player community. He competes with Gabby for ha ha, you made a mistake. So I was kind of surprised to see how sort of deliberate he is when he plays.
I feel like he's earned that.
I think he has. Yeah, it's not a criticism. I'm glad he does it. The top players this year are sort of all mucking in together to create sort of their own little community because they're looking out for each other as well as competing with each other because it's such a grind. And yeah, he's fit right in.
Wing welding. Wing welding could be incredibly clutch.
Now there's a card name I can say.
Wing welding?
Yeah. Sounds like something I'd say for many things, in fact. But yeah.
But what if there was a card called ring welding?
I know, I'd be in so much trouble.
How would we know
I
the
always
difference?
struggle with the Rancor as it is. That gets me in trouble sometimes, but...
I like how you very deliberately put all your thought into making sure you said that correctly.
I have to power
Well done.
into that one, yeah. Just otherwise I get in so much trouble.
Just bear down and be like... Alright. And then we're looking at a reduction here.
Reduction. See, I can do that one.
Yep.
And then next turn is slime into double location, and off you go.
Time waits for no one.
Well, there's a problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind, that's not.
I see no problem.
So what if he has to wing welding next turn?
I see no problems, ever.
Okay.
I'll tell you I'm insane, but I don't. It's just how it is.
No, he doesn't, because he can just go kill off slime, then play Sargeras, and then nether, eat nether. Whatever it's called. Chomp, 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 chomp.
Oh yeah, that one.
I don't know what the ability's called. Into the nether?
I mean,
No.
I'm terrible. It's something in the nether, right? Everything's in nether.
Yeah. Going with another drum circle here, probably. Because already has double drum circle that are both forged for the double choose one effect. The third one could be the disciples choose one.
Okay. It's a lot. It might be into the nether.
Oh no, it's even. That's
Yeah.
why he killed it first, so it swapped to even. This is smart. So now it's going to have to what? Get rid of the Sargeras?
Yes.
Don't think he needs shallow grave anymore.
I don't think he does. That's the little snort that I made, which was meant to be a bit of casting, but it just came out as a snort. But hey, I tried. Push the 11. And set it up as 33 for next turn. How that works? It never gets there, but you can try. Yeah.
It's pretty brutal, though. Good play by
It is.
uikyou, though.
Yeah, nicely worked out by uikyou.
Now we got another circle coming in hot.
Yep. And this one's the good one. Just about tidy this up though.
Nearly.
Problem is. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe it isn't a problem.
Okay, so we're scourging. We're supplying. Get rid
Yeah, I
of the
like our hand.
slime.
I'll get rid of the slime, sure. He doesn't like our hand. Okay. I guess we get some 1 mana things, don't we? Yeah, let's have a new hand of 1 mana things. It's just the same cards. Symphony of Sixes. And then next turn we double giant the 7/7 if we clear up this turn. Didn't get the damage.
It's probably demon. Nope. Just kidding.
Just bump some things, then next turn make some 7/7s or 13/13s in some worlds.
Yep. The reanimator in hand's going to be pretty good. Because now
Not
this is
happy
gonna
with
be
that
a weak,
turn, but seems okay.
now it's going to be a weak turn from weak you.
Yeah. Nicely done, TJ. Nicely done. They're both kind of out of stuff, but the Warlock... Oh, it's going to be
Warlock gets
Shrubagazor
more
versus
stuff.
no Titan Warlock. This could take a while.
I don't think you Shrubagazor yet. You need more nature spells to capitalize.
No, I mean in the long run, though. Like,
Yeah.
there's not a lot
He's gotta-
left.
He's got to fit the Disciple in, I think, here.
Yeah. To get that 15th drum circle into play.
I mean, this is nearly lethal.
It's a lot, isn't it? Is it lethal? Is there any way you can lethal it?
No.
You sure? Is there no weird defile? There's always a weird defile, right?
Actually...
You put the 4/4 in, you make a rush 4/4, then you put the Finley
Well,
and the 4/4 into
he-
the 4/6. You've got a 1, a 2, a 3.
He could
You
just
make another
rush 2
4/4. Yeah.
13/13s.
I think it's lethal.
And then... Where does he get the extra 2 damage?
With the defile, you can set up a 1/2. And then you can kill the other 4/6 with a minion.
Yeah, I know, but he's only got 18 damage on the board. You can't attack with
Oh,
13,
I see. Okay, then I can't count.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
He could have just
Me not being
made
able to
2
count.
13/13 rushers and put him in, and that's a much easier way to get the taunts.
Just make defile go face, honestly. What should happen here?
Wouldn't that be broken?
Wouldn't
Put him
it?
low, make this giant board. Nothing matters. It's a lot of
We could
damage.
call it Unleash Fell.
Oh, this actually is lethal! Because it's the only undead left in the deck, right? Oh, no, there was a second behemoth, wasn't there? Oh, never mind. Because it didn't summon it. Tansoku
It's gone.
I thought it would summon it. Wait, what? How did
I
that
think he
work?
thought the same. The order he needed because the board was full. When he did it, it didn't do the thing? Am I going nutty? I know it should.
Oh, no. Because, all right, I said it. See? Right logic, different conclusion. The way the card's worded is trigger the death rattle. The death rattle was what summoned the Drakthar, right? So then when the behemoth died, it didn't summon anything.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it did the thing and then it died.
The
and then...
trigger was
it
what
works.
drew it.
That works.
But there was
Yes.
no board space. Because the behemoth's still alive, and then kill it. And then there was no undeads left to pull.
Understood. That's unfortunate. He thought the same as me, possibly you.
just flopped backwards. It doesn't matter. He won anyway. There's no way.
I didn't know this weird niche interaction at 9 o'clock in the morning, having played Hearthstone all night. I'm going to fall on the floor now.
Yep. But we have one more game left to go. All the way to Game 5. All my series today have been to Game 5.
Hang in there, TJ. One more. Just one more.
I'm hanging in there. Tansoku on the mage, uikyou on the druid. Once again, can Tansoku sweep the druid? Is going to need a better hand than he had last time. That's for darn sure. There's a siren.
That's How do you cast this? There's the siren. Okay. Yep. I agree, TJ. There is the siren. That's it. That's the cast. Done.
There she is.
Siren against druid seems like a good card to have.
I'd
Keep
say
the
so.
intellect.
Yep. That's a full keep right there. If you're uikyou, you're like, oh no. Oh no. Kind of want to aquatic form here. No, aquatic form next turn. Look for the 4G card.
Time waits for no one.
Planet Evidence!
There you go.
What's it going to be? The suspense is killing me.
And me. That one is the left-hand one.
Oh, Plot of Sins. Yep, keeping the Slither Spear because that's the,
Naga.
Yep, that's the fuel.
The Naga in the Naga spell Naga chain. The one drop. Just keep everything and gone crazy on turn 4 or 5.
Probably going to be turn 4.
Yeah, you don't want to be too slow against the old druids, do you? Because they do a thing or two.
Yep.
Time waits for no one.
Lifebinder's Gift card that I was trying to remember the name of earlier for Dawn, who did remember it, unlike me.
Oh, Infinitize the Maxitude is just ideal. It's just good stuff. Frozen Touch, let's do it.
Yeah.
Wow!
What does he need? Like, he doesn't need anything really, does he? He just needs not to whiff on a Naga or two, and there's a full board of Nagas coming. He's got enough card draw, enough cheap stuff. Just needs it not to go horribly wrong. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is weird. I kind of want to just Infinitize the Maxitude.
Okay.
Or he's going to keep at a full hand?
I think he's happy with his hand, right? What can you burn? You don't really want to burn your second siren? Maybe, I guess, perhaps, but who cares?
Tansoku sat up. He's
That's
ready
the
to go.
sign of someone who's going off.
Make haste. I think I want to just plot a sins right now, right? Nope. If this draws drums, then he can Lifebinder's Gift and then have that for next turn. Okay. Gotta do it.
On your marks, get set. Naga spell, Naga spell, Naga spell, Naga spell. Wiki ruined my setup.
Time waits for no one.
Tansoku, he's waiting to go. He wants to do the
he's
thing.
I think you make the 1/1s. I think you make the 1/1s.
Why? Yeah. I think you should.
So you have stuff on the board that Tansoku has to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Because they're going to get drum buffed. No?
And also,
No seedlings?
yeah,
no
and you know
seedlings.
it's coming because he's played no cards, right? It's not certain giveaway, but it's fairly suspicious.
Doing things until they die.
Here we go.
My blood boils for war.
Just watch the magic happen.
Oh, Slither Spear is perfect in this situation because you want to be netting more mana than you're spending, right? So you
Yeah.
want 1-cost spells and 1-cost Nagas. Oh
No,
no!
there's 3. No. However, will he survive now?
Time runs out on me.
Do that thing! Do the things! Do all the things! That's it. Keep making things. And then finish off by copying the thing. Want some more stuff? No, okay. Playing it what I would call safe. Yeah. Did all that and did 1 damage.
Wow!
Every time. Gets me every time. Ooh.
Okay, got to get through it.
Okay. Best way to do that is start playing Nagas and spells. But also you've got to make space. But you can make space, right? Because you can just crash your minions in, so...
He's got to go. He's taking way too long
He's
to even
gotta
start
go.
this. Is he going to set up for a fire sale to clear everything?
Looks like it. uikyou doesn't look impressed.
Spell. Zinjari. Anybody?
And now he's just making sure he doesn't mess it up. Because if you mess this up, you lose immediately. So it makes sense to sort of take your time just a moment here. You've got to make sure you get enough for the fire sale. Don't do something silly early in the morning. Nice. Nice, but not much stuff left. Although there is the Savara that's full, I guess.
Yep.
And Infinitize to reload a bit as well.
What does Savara have? Coin?
A 1-mana Frozen Touch, I think?
No.
An Infinitize?
It's been there for a while, hasn't it?
It has been there for a while, yeah. Not sure then. Meanwhile, on the other side, is it just
yeah,
enough?
the Plot of Sin was the foresight to take Plot of Sin. We didn't see the other options, so they could have been terrible. But the foresight to take Plot of Sins is actually really nice.
Yeah. Magic,
And,
Madness, Heaven, and Sins. They are.
And I think that might be game over.
It's looking that way.
Because Wiku's got the drums to buff these up and finish it off, and Tansoku just doesn't have anything.
And it just looked like Tansoku had a really good hand here and everything, but it just turns out that 4 5/5s.
Yeah, if there is a coin in the Savara, which I don't remember if it was in the hand early enough, could Savara coin Treasure Guard? But then you're stranding the Siren without a Naga in hand.
And sometimes you're just dead anyway.
Time runs out on me.
Gifts was the other one, okay.
Yeah, he's dead to a single buff, so I think he got a coin treasure card here.
Makes sense to me. Got to not die. Like, as much as you want to do other things with this deck, not dying is the first part of that.
Yep. Still dies, though, pretty sure. Yeah, it's 28. Solar Eclipse and Drums, each one gets 2 attack. Twice.
Yep. So, 3 9s.
Oh, no, it's 27. Is it exact?
It's exact. Yeah, it's 3 9s.
He knows it's not counterspell because he played the seedlings and then the drums into it in the previous turn. No new information has been presented.
Sometimes you just 27 and see what happens. When they're on 27.
I guess he hasn't checked for Ice Barrier.
Yeah,
but...
exactly.
Like,
oh no.
Would it be Ice Barrier? All right, there you have it. uikyou takes the series 3-2. Very good navigation of that Druid match. The Plot of Sin coming in clutch there at the end. And uikyou will move on to day 2 to the top 8. And unfortunately, Tansoku is out right here. It always makes me sad when Tansoku loses in a tournament, which it feels like we've seen happen over and over again because he's in every tournament.
Yeah.
That we've broadcast for the last 2 years, basically. But uikyou did get better from today. Took him some tries on the Druid, but I mean, he was firing on all cylinders with the deck. It's just sometimes that deck has some pretty poor matchups, and those matchups just happen to be in the lineup for Tansoku.
This is really important for uikyou. Like, it's his first season as sort of a big Hearthstone player. He memes a little bit in his own bio, saying, you know, top 16 last time, lol, basically. Or that was last place. And I think he is a player who can win Worlds this year. But I think he might need this experience. Just when you hear him talk, he's a bit nervous at times, even when he's not being a cocky Gabby mode type player. And I think every game that he wins, every match that he wins along the way here, even if he doesn't qualify, he's going to qualify for Worlds on points, barring unforeseen happenings, unlikely happenings. So every match he plays in these tournaments, every match he gets through, every day he gets through, is just experience towards Worlds for him, I think. And of course, he would love to win and take 6 months a bit more easily. But I think it's a big deal that uikyou is going through here.
Yeah, something to make way for the new guard. There you have it, the top 8. Meati, Casey, Pocket Trade, Hemlock, Gyu, uikyou, Gabby, and DreadEye.
I always want to say, wow, look at that top 8, because wow, look at that top 8. But I take, when you start with 16 players who are all wow style players, it's like, it's always going to happen, right? But this does look like a very powerful top 8. It really does.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that first match for sure.
It's a meaty one.
Holy moly. Yep. And then the last match too. the Prince of European Hearthstone versus
The American.
the entire America's region. Oh. Oh. Jeez.
And we knew it was coming from like the second match of the day. You could just see it's DreadEye or nobody this time around, because everything else, the wheels are coming off.
GamerRVG was so close. I mean, Bannerface was not close at all. But yeah, it should be a fantastic day tomorrow. I'm honestly really looking forward to it. I think, you know, I wasn't entirely sure coming into this metagame how things would go. Like if we'd have like this homogenization of decks and whatnot. But we've seen a lot of variety in terms of lineups, which very cool to see, especially given that we have balance changes on the horizon. It's cool to see that we're not just seeing the same 4 decks dominate over and over again.
No, absolutely. It's a breath of fresh air. Parts of the meta haven't been, for my personal taste, I thought watching it was going to be a bit different. And yeah, there's so much in this meta. I absolutely love it. I've loved today so much. There's all of the decks seem viable. Even there's even a warrior out there. Did they get through? I'm not sure. But even warrior got into this tournament. So
yeah,
I think just missing paladin. But paladin's had many tournaments in a row. So I don't mind paladin missing for one.
It's had its time to shine. It's had its time to shine. As have we, Neil. As have we.
As have we.
Time to shine is coming to an end right now as we are done for the day. So tomorrow we will return with the top 8. We're going to start at the same time. We'll be here in the same place. I know this is a global tournament, but I'm not going to try and do the global time zone. So we start at 9 a.m. Pacific time or noon Eastern time. And yeah, we have a full day of our top 8 ahead of us. And at the end of tomorrow, we will crown our Masters Tour Summer Champion. So it should be a fun one. But that's it from us. So for myself, from Neil, from the other casters, and the entire broadcast crew here, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone action.